Greetings and salutations, everyone, and welcome to an ArchCast special today, where we've moved the times around a little bit to accommodate our very special guest today, Shad Diversity.
It is a pleasure to be here. How are you, fellas?
And of course, our little co-host Dev as well, who has interrupted second breakfast to be here today.
Eighth breakfast.
Eighth thing.
It's late at night now, Arch. No V, though. V can't make it because it's 4 a.m. for him.
It is indeed 4 a.m. for V, which is a bit much. He'll be waking up in another 2 hours.
Well, I mean, he is married, and his wife only barely tolerates the ArchCast as it is because he has to stay up so late, so...
That is true, that is true. Like, women don't understand that sometimes their husbands just want to talk about random shit on the internet for hours and hours.
And hours.
What time is it where you are, Shad?
It's 11 a.m. So it's actually a nice, convenient time. I appreciate you guys rescheduling for me. I feel awake and alert and ready to go.
No problem. It is getting late for me, so I probably only have like an hour and a half at most this time. Sorry, Arch.
That's fine.
We'll get through it.
Such is life when one has to accommodate the hellish continent that is Australia.
You know, we have to battle the wildlife. There's always the giant snakes and spiders. There's a reason why I own swords. And then, of course, there's the ongoing emu war that people think we lost. And it's like, no, it just hasn't stopped. We're still fighting it, okay? And we will destroy the emu menace.
It is still ongoing, actively.
Yes, absolutely.
So Shad Diversity, of course, has himself a tiny little YouTube channel here, and just a 1.5 million subscribers or something.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Where he deals with swords.
Yeah, you've been blowing up
AI.
past couple of years. You've really been taking off.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I mean, it's funny, like, the content still struggles. I don't think YouTube favors sword-related stuff, but we do find more success when we kind of find ways to integrate it with trending topics and pop culture and stuff. And so that's where we've been taking the channel over the last year or so. And it's we're still holding on. We're still doing good and having fun making great content. And I also have Night's Watch, which is a YouTube channel I started a year or so back. And that's doing well as well. And that's more focused on kind of social pop culture commentary and things.
That seems to be what YouTube is liking these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have noticed if you post regular shorts, even if the shorts themselves don't go anywhere or get any views, all of your main videos get boosted in the algorithm. Have you guys noticed that?
Yes and no. It kind of depends, but we are doing regular shorts and we have seen benefit from them. I posted one just about a week ago, basically crapping on nunchucks, the biggest problem with nunchucks. It's had 4.6 million views. It just exploded, that short. And then when you have something that's trending that largely, it does give like a general boost across the entire channel. So yeah. YouTube has changed the algorithm, and honestly, I reckon shorts have screwed over a lot of creators because if they're recommending shorts, there's just fewer recommendations for regular content, and so a lot of creators have been seeing lesser recommendations. But you have to adapt and survive, and so all right, if YouTube is doing shorts, we will see what we can do with them, and that's what we've been doing, and we have been seeing some success from them.
The constantly changing landscape of YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that because like your average shorts viewer is going to be different than your average like YouTube video viewer or your average stream viewer, right? So I think even if there's a bunch of shorts being pushed, the person who is watching the shorts probably wouldn't watch your long form content anyway, I would suspect.
Maybe like I would hope that that's the case, right? And you get like newer content and stuff. The issue is trying to convert viewers who watch shorts to your regular content because shorts don't make any money, basically.
I might have gotten like $60 on all my shorts or something. It's nothing. There's nothing in the shorts.
Yeah.
Apparently TikTokers have the same problem. Like you get almost no money on TikTok. Even if you have like millions and millions of views on TikTok, you get no money there.
Well, I'm on TikTok. We've been uploading our shorts on TikTok, and we have a couple with a few million views. And yeah, we haven't earned like anything that I even registered. So it's like, what, $1?
Same. I've a few of my shorts have also gone viral on TikTok. I can't even get money because Canadians can't make money on TikTok yet. There's no payment for us yet. I was thinking about it. I was like, should I start a TikTok channel? There's no money in it. And it's like, well, somebody else is already uploading my content to TikTok anyway, so I might as well do it just to have the channel in case they ever monetize in Canada down the line.
Discriminating against Canadians. I can't decide if that's awful or based.
It's awful.
That is the perfect deal for the companies, though. They still get to have ads and thousands of views of mindless zombies, but they also get to pay no money for it. Like, this is the future, clearly.
Yeah. Look, that was a joke. I love Canadians, okay? People always get triggered, even by jokes. You should know this.
They do.
So, before Dev continues to drag us yet further off the topic, Dev...
Oh, sorry, Arch. Listen, it's related to algorithms. We will eventually work our way back.
Dev is the resident chew toy here. Feel free to attack him whenever, of course.
Happily. He is Canadian.
So,
Right.
I figured we'd begin with a little bit of the legality surrounding AI, because this is a point on which I know very little, and I gather you know very much, since you have, you've created quite a few firestorms over the course of the last year now.
Yep.
Has it been a year?
I don't know. When did I do my first one?
Well, I mean, I've seen you on Lotus Eaters recently. That was like a month ago or so. I know that you were on
that
Adam
kicked off a whole
recently.
separate drama where people discovered that Shad Diversity had opinions, and they were like, well, I don't know if I can associate with somebody with opinions on the internet.
Is the answer.
Oh, that's right. Oh my! I almost forgot about that drama. You lost a friend over that, didn't you?
Yeah, well, an associate, I would call him, who posed as a friend when we met in person, but he was two-faced and a coward.
Yeah. There are so many people who will say the worst shit about you online. Then you meet them at a convention or something, and it's like, oh, everything's
smile
cool, right?
and be happy, like, hey,
Yeah.
hey, friend, buddy.
Yeah. That's like Vosh 101 right there. Fuck.
Had a
So,
couple of those.
The first kind of AI video I posted was 9 months ago. And it's because there were all these claims about how AI art was awful, it was illegal, it was copying, and so I looked into it. I just did a deep dive, looked at all the claims. I used the actual technology to see if it's actually operating the way they claim. Like they were, like most people have let go of the bullcrap thing that it's just a collage device which basically cuts and pastes from other images, which is like, that is so insanely incorrect for how this technology works, right? But that was a big one that was going around at the time, and there was a lot of artists just jumping on this hate train and then making really emotional arguments about how it's stealing the soul of art and we're losing our humanity and things, and
Losing our commission dollars.
oh my gosh! Like there was, and so I made a 1.5 hour deep dive video addressing all the current claims that were going around AI art, and that each one of them was incorrect. Okay, and I looked into it; they were flawed. And then I made a couple of smaller follow up videos. There was a smaller bite sized one addressing there was a claim that if you use AI art in its normal function of text to image, that it will spit out duplications of images in the training set, which is like, no, that's utter bull crap. The only time you can get even close to that if you're actually trying to copy someone's artwork in doing it, or through image to image, and all the examples people were trying to use is just clear image to image alteration. And it's like, you can do this in Photoshop. Dishonest people have been stealing and claiming art that isn't theirs as their own for years. That's not going to stop, okay? And just because people are able to do it with Photoshop doesn't mean that Photoshop is an immoral program or tool, or that we should prevent good, honest people from using it and benefiting from that technology. And so I made something on that, and that caused a bit of a backlash, not as massive as my current one, but that I just kind of let it rest for a bit, and more recently I've gone back into it, and just because again there's still so much disinformation about it, and don't like
I have lost
incorrect stuff being spread.
I saw you on Adam and Sitch recently. It was like what, 2 or 3 days ago, something like that.
Yeah.
And you were debating. I don't know who he was, but he seemed to be an artist, and
Yes.
he was.
Citizenship.
Oh man, he was making some arguments on how about it was kind of like how this is going to basically bankrupt artists because
his main argument was he was worried that it would cause humans to lose. resistance in facing challenges that will better themselves through trying to overcome challenges in
Right,
in
cognitive
developing.
load.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I just fundamentally disagree with that position because humans like to be challenged. We play video games on
I have
hard mode for a
lost.
reason. And every time, that's like saying because the calculator was invented, humans are going to stop learning how to do math. And I was like, that's
Well,
not the case.
To be fair, Zoomers kind of did. Now they can do it on their phone. They kind of did stop learning math, to be honest. I mean, there's probably something to his argument, right? Like, I don't necessarily agree with him. I don't think, but you know, the reason that the whole Wall-E future resonated with people, you know, just people flying around on little like robot devices and they're all fat and they can't do anything for themselves, like that resonates with people because there is this idea that as we offload more and more of our labor onto automation or like tools or whatever, or new technology, whatever the case may be, things become easier for us. We do kind of lose something eventually. And there's probably something to that.
It's the thing. I agree. There's something to it, but my counter and the reason why I disagree with Sam's proposal here is that there are other things that are contributing to that, dystopian future vastly more than AI art. AI art, just looking at AI art, not AI generally, just AI art, is an incredibly useful tool that actually brings with it its own host of challenges, even as the technology gets better. The best artists who have the most creativity and the best ideas are still going to make the best AI art, and they're going to try and face challenges in making better quality results. And like I said, there are challenges all throughout the rest of the world that I don't think finding, automation in certain fields, especially with AI art, because AI art is actually going to enable thousands and thousands of creative people who don't have the means to depict and envision their ideas. That's going to give them those tools, especially artists who have disabilities. Like they either get arthritis in their hands or tremors or any number of things that prevents them from depicting the art that they love. AI art is a godsend to them, right? There is so much positive capabilities and accessibility that this technology is going to bring to so many people that I don't think the fears even come close to outweighing the benefits that this is actually going to bring. And that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm an advocate for it, because I see it as such that this incredible benefit offering accessibility and creativity to everyone in the world. Like, blows my. This technology is available for free. It is the most advanced artistic tool humanity has ever made, bar none. And it is available to everyone in the world for absolutely free. That blows my friggin' mind. I can't, like, have we ever seen anything like that in the world where such an advanced, incredible technology is just open source and anyone can use it?
You're talking about the Bing one, right?
Well, Stable Diffusion is the open source one at the moment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There are a lot of there are a lot of other free AI image generators. Stable Diffusion gives you the most tools, though, right. And it has the from what I've seen, the most community, collective kind of open source development of it.
Because I know like Midjourney cost like $5 a month or something. While
yeah,
Microsoft
and it's not limited.
Yeah,
Midjourney, maybe they have in painting now, but from what I've seen, it's still just text to image. But even if it has in painting, there are so many tools that you don't have with Midjourney as opposed to what's available in Stable Diffusion.
And I know like Microsoft just put one out attached to Bing somehow, and that one is apparently currently very popular.
That one's getting mind blasted immediately, though, because it was infringing on a little bit too many patents, a little bit too many copyrights, and is currently getting lobotomized.
Well, there's claims it's infringing on copyright. And by the way, people can use AI to infringe on copyright in the same way that they can do Photoshop. They just take someone else's IP, put it in the machine and spit it out, and IP characters and stuff. It's not a core feature of the model or technology, though. And so copyright infringement is not an inherent function of AI image generators. It can be used to do it just like Photoshop, though.
So,
Sorry to jump in on it.
That is an interesting point that we'll get to in just a second, actually. Because I want to expand upon the point you made previously. Because the primary benefit that I see of AI in the creative sphere is the democratization of entertainment.
Oh, hell yes. Hell yes.
the ideal future, like the nightmare future, is that the companies look at this and go, mine. I'm going to legalize everyone else out of it, and this is going to be my stuff now. But the ideal future is that you will have somebody capable of sitting in their basement and think, okay, I've come up with the next Lord of the Rings, but I have no fucking money, I have no art skills, I have no directing skills, I have no editing skills, I can't do shit with this. But with AI, in an ideal future, we will be able to create an AI model to go like, okay, I want this character, he should look like this, this, and this, and this, this is the scene he's in, this is the environment, these are the characters around him, this is the script, etc., and actually create both videos, music, movies, television, art, etc., all using more and more advanced tools. Because at the end of the day, that is what I view AI as, because Photoshop itself is a tool that allows people to do incredible things very quickly. Like, nobody's arguing that Photoshop's ability to create certain patterns rapidly by a single sweep of the pen is going to deprive the artist of soul.
Yeah, Photoshop even has AI processes in it. There are so many filters and rendering features that are all based on AI algorithm, right? That people don't have a problem with. But is that robbing something of artists? And also, to jump on your point about the anyone able to make film and movies, right? It could enable anyone to be a director. And what I find really interesting about this, right, this idea, is that people credit directors as artists, like film directors as artists, right? And they give credit, and they credit them as the creators of that film. It's like, all right, what physical aspect were they involved? Did they build the sets? Did they act in it? Did they do any of the handmade anything in the film? No, they're a director, but it's their vision that they're directing to create something incredible. Well, guess what? That's very much the same as what AI art is, AI art generators, except with AI art generators, to make the best art, you often need to actually step in and do many hand-drawn elements to guide it, improve it, fix it, and things. And so it's actually more hands-on than film directing. But people say, you didn't make that, it's not art, and it's robbing you of your creativity. It's like, they do not see that there are direct parallels that already exist in the real world of artistic pursuits that they credit and acknowledge as being artistic and being creative. Like, they are the source of the creation of this art.
I have lost. Shit.
I also see a lot of people making ethical arguments in the chat. We will get to the ethics of AI a bit later, and then we will read chat actively, so that you don't think I'm just ignoring you, because there are counterpoints as well. Because one of the issues here is the three of us, I don't know about Dev, but me and Chad at least, we broadly agree on a lot of this. So we're going to bring in the chat to yell at us a little bit later as well. Go on, Dev.
Yeah, so here's the thing about the whole democratizing art thing, right? You would think, since a lot of people who are more creative-minded are also more left-leaning, you think they'd be cool with that, right? It's like, oh, power to the people, more equality, more people can have access to this thing that was previously gate-kept away from them.
I would immediately argue the left is not very populist anymore.
but you know what I mean, though, right? Like, there's this sense that making things more equal, making things more accessible, making things more inclusive, these are all like fundamentally leftist arguments. And yet now that it's coming for an industry that the left has an exclusive stranglehold over, suddenly they want to erect barriers, you know?
Weird.
Suddenly they want to be protectionist about this stuff. It's like,
The not in my backyard argument holds strong over all humans, as it turns out.
Yeah.
But let's then address the legality of it, right? So there's been a string of various legal arguments around this. One of the recent ones, U.S. District Court, I believe, argued that you could not copyright AI art unless it had, as they put it, a human input, which in and of itself is a very diffuse definition, which they didn't really elaborate effectively on.
Yes. And, what constitutes a significant human input? I think a lot of my AI art that I show, because I have a recent video showing my process, and people who have watched this, even that were not on my side, said, okay, Shad, I can acknowledge that is at least 50% you doing most of the work and 50% the AI. But this is also, like, the copyright is an interesting tangent, but it's kind of comes secondary to is it even legal to train the AI off of copyrighted works and things? So which one do you want to address first?
Let's begin with the idea of copyright, because one of the
Okay.
main arguments here that people will levy is that the AI can only make a picture because it takes elements of pictures that already exist. Thus, it's copying and or stealing, if you want to be inflammatory about it, artist work that already exists, therefore copyright infringement, if I'm understanding the counter-argument correctly.
Okay, here, this is a good example of something where it starts with my actual hand-drawn sketch, okay? And same with the original character. That is based off of an actual illustration that I've done. And I've used the AI to change the style and enhance the quality.
Fire is the
And
answer.
so I'm very confident I'll be able to win and hold up my copyright, on these images very easily. Because like even if it wasn't an existing like IP that I own the intellectual property to, just the base image is so much dependent on what I first have done. The thing is, though, I actually think it's going to go even further than this. I think that we're going to reach a point where whoever creates the AI image, okay, if it's actually not, what's the word when, if it's not plagiarism, okay, the person who created is going to have full copyright. That's where it's going to go. I mean, if anyone wants to question about copyright and AI art, I would just tell them, okay, go and plagiarize Disney's Secret Invasion intro that they made with AI art and see how far you get with that and see if Disney doesn't absolutely
lost.
slam the hammer down on you. Because there are a lot of other aspects to copyright law separate to just the base image creation. For instance, intellectual property. When you own the IP and the copyright of an IP, you own the sole discretion to make derivative works of that IP. And so a derivative work is any image that is based off of the design, the character, things like that. This is also, by the way, why fan art is actually technically all in breach of copyright. Fan art is against copyright law. It's illegal unless you have a license from the IP owner. The IP owner is the only one who has the sole discretion to make derivative works of that image. Make derivative works and distribute. And so if you make an AI art of an IP that you own the copyright to, even hypothetically, if that single image can't be copyrighted, which I actually believe is false, and it also isn't. It isn't even panning out that way because even courts are acknowledging significant human input. Really seems to show that humans have made this. Okay, even if that wasn't the case, all right, and that image can't be copyrighted, you still have the sole right and discretion and license to make and distribute that image because it is based off of your copyrighted intellectual property, your IP. It's a derivative
Service
work.
guarantees citizenship.
And so under that condition, you actually have pretty full copyright protection. Like this image here, even if it wasn't based off of, even if it wasn't based off of my base sketch, my first drawing, right? This is an original character that I have, that I'm developing, that have a backstory. I inherently, automatically own that IP. Copyright is an inherent thing in the law that exists immediately at the creation of the artwork or the IP or whatever. US is the only one of the only countries where registering copyright even exists, but that registration actually doesn't grant copyright. The copyright already exists. It's basically just a process to make the legalities easier to and things like that. But the Copyright Office doesn't actually grant copyright. That's already in place. But so this condition here about derivative works is an extremely strong copyright protection for AI-generated images of intellectual property that
Heresy
you
is the
own
question. Fire is the
already.
answer.
And people, just on that note about the fan art, people don't actually realize that. No, you look this up. There are multiple legal websites that go into this and break this down. And by the way, I think copyright goes too far. I'm fully in favor of fan art. I think fan art is freaking great. But it's so funny that a lot of AI art and people who are anti-AI art appeal to the sacred state of the law and copyright as this unapproachable thing of pure good, and how dare AI art supposedly, according to the accusation, breach artist copyright when they go around and breach copyright law constantly by making fan art of intellectual property that they don't have a license to make. And they not only make, they then distribute and often sell as well, right? And so that is directly in breach of copyright law. You can look it up. I've researched this. Okay, you need a license. And of course, most IP owners don't enforce this, and they don't go after, because it's just untenable to do it against all the people that are doing it. And I think even they can see that fan art actually is a benefit for most IPs because it's free advertising and stuff. And like I said, I love fan art, and I think there should be a provision in the law to allow fan art as well, by the way. But if you want to go to the strict reading of the law, no, fan art is actual breach of copyright unless you have a license.
It's actually even a little bit worse than that as well, because here's the thing. I agree, copyright law cannot keep up with the modern tools. It can't keep up with Photoshop, never mind AI. But it's even worse than it's a breach of copyright. Companies have a legal requirement to protect their copyright actively, or it's theoretically voided. Whenever a company overlooks copyright, for example, Games Workshop, every time they overlook a fan art of 40K, they weaken their copyright. Theoretically, Games Workshop has no goddamn copyright at the moment. But this is one of those things where the letter of the law needs to bend down to common fucking sense. And also one of the points where we should then be rewriting it, because nobody in their sane minds believe that Games Workshop should lose their copyright over 40K because somebody drew a fan drawing. And simultaneously, nobody thinks that the person who drew the fan drawing should be hit with the full weight of the GW Legal Bureau for drawing it.
Yes, exactly. So people really, I kind of misunderstand that there are multiple provisions in the law that will give you protection. Your AI art protection in the law already. And it's funny that they appeal to certain court cases. Like there was this recent court ruling where that people say, AI art is not granted copyright. But when you actually look at the specifics in that specific one, they were actually, whoever was putting it to the court was trying to give the copyright to the computer, that the computer and the program would own the copyright. It's like, of course that's not going to work or win, all right? But then they claim, it's proven AI is not going to get copyright. It's like, no, all the other, things about copyright protection is already, they're still going through the courts as we speak, basically.
Well, there's also where, incidentally, can you see the link channel right above the stream?
I have lost shit.
Sorry, me?
Can you see the link channel?
The link channel, the guest chat, or the link? There's the link channel, yep.
Oh, thank God. Okay, because I've been trying to make sure that it's actually visible to the guest, but half the time it isn't, so good. Because then I can actually point towards things there as well. So for the legalistic argument, in my opinion, this right here, Google promises to take the legal heat and use a copyright lawsuit. This settles it. It's done, it's over. Because money drives policy. When Google, one of the largest companies on fucking earth, say, yeah, we want it this way, it might be a question of time, but it's practically settled. Like, this is special interest on a level that is virtually irresistible.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I mean. That's why I referenced Disney. If people really think that, AI art can't be copyrighted, all right, go and plagiarize Secret Invasion intro that Disney made. There's no chance. Okay, AI art is absolutely going to. Not only can you currently get copyright protection, even just by showing that there's significant human input. All right, because Disney and other people have an invested interest in it, it's just going to get stronger for copyright protection on AI art.
Yes. There's also the problem of actually trying to go for the copyright thing. So I've seen some people argue, for example, that people using AI art are going to be buried in lawsuits. The issue is, with the way that an image is transformed to the point where, okay, let's say, for sake of argument, right, that an image is created from collages of 100 other images. I know that's going to trigger you, but just for the sake of argument, right? Okay, but now you've created an entirely different picture where you've just used like the hair shade from one and the facial shape, a third of it from another, etc. The original work is no longer recognizable. How the fuck are you even going to identify the copyright that has been violated at this point?
Even with your analogy, it's been transformed so much. You could appeal to a fair use defense easily. And what AI does is actually like so much more like significant and advanced than a collage. In actual fact, it's not even a collage. It's not grabbing elements of the images from the training set at all. It's vast. Like people say, it trains to learn how to make art. That is actually the most apt way you could describe what it's doing. And what it has gained from the training images is nothing of those images exists in the resulting model. The images are not present in them, okay? But what it does gain is basically the best, most apt analogy is skill, ability. It gains an ability, knowledge in how to make art, not with a pencil, but through a diffusion pattern, through noise. And that's what and so it has these patterns on how to make art based on keywords through a new medium that only it can do because it's a computer, which is the diffusion pattern. It's like if you were to ask me, Shad, like if I have an image that I want to make, like, and I have that image in my head, right? Am I do all the other images that I've learnt from, is that included in that image in my head? No, I've created a new image based on all kind of my understanding of what, the visual world is. And then what the AI actually has, the AI doesn't even have that image in its head. The AI just understands, like a blind man, the motions and movements to construct that image from noise. But it doesn't actually understand. We're trying to teach it to understand, but its understanding is not higher level thinking. Its understanding is all based on patterns and things and pattern recognition and stuff. People really misunderstand what's going on, because when you actually understand it, it is so far divorced from the training set and the fact that the training images aren't even in the resulting models. Like, if you want to try and appeal to say this is, scraping your data, stealing copyright and everything like that, that's not at all how the technology works.
Well, to be fair, Shad, a lot of human thinking is also just pattern recognition too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to get to like the AI is actually a person.
I wonder.
We will at some point.
We'll get to a point, and in fact, we're kind of already there, where people interact with it like it's a person. That'll become so real that to the observer, it's indistinguishable. But actual higher level, truly self-aware, emotional AI, I think we're a long way off still.
There was a particularly ridiculous story.
Yeah.
I'm not going to live to see my robot GF, I guess.
You could probably get one that interacts so realistically that to you it's basically real. But before we go too far off the copyright thing, I want to also address one of the arguments people raise all the time. You've probably heard it, is the monkey taking a picture with the camera, and that was rejected in copyright. This is such a misrepresentation of what's going on, because people are all equating the AI with the monkey. And that's not what's happening at all. In this analogy, the AI isn't the monkey. The AI is the camera. It's the tool that is actually capturing the image. It's the tool that's making the image, okay? And so if a monkey pressed generate on your mouse click, right, to generate AI art, no, it wouldn't be able to get the copyright, because copyright can only be held by a human, all right? But if a human presses generate with their mouse and clicks, right? That's a human making it, just like it's a human that presses click on the camera to capture the image. And so it's a complete misapplication of the analogy to try and equate it to the monkey not getting copyright. And just like with the recent lawsuit where they were trying to give copyright to the computer, no, a computer is not a human. It can't hold copyright, okay? That's not in dispute. We're asking about humans holding copyright, which are making art with a tool, just like a human taking a picture with a camera. And so that kind of reference appeal to the court case with the monkey does not apply at all.
I linked the page, Arch, in the link channel in case you want to pull it up. The TLDR of that is that a guy set up a camera, walked away, a monkey came down and then pressed the take picture button on the camera. And the argument was, who owns the copyright of the picture? And I think the courts finally decided it was public domain. Because the guy who owns the camera didn't own it, because he just left the camera there. And the monkey can't own it because the monkey's not a person.
Yeah.
That's mildly retarded, but very well. See, because there is a lot more around the copyright stuff as well. In fact, one of the latest thing is that Mike Huckabee is suing, I believe, Meta, Microsoft, and other companies over apparently he claims they used elements of a series of books he wrote containing more than 180,000 works that are part of the dataset used to train large language models. So he claims that he wrote all of these words, and the AI used them, and the AI is now stringing these words together in such a way as to become a large language model. This one will be interesting because if you break this one down, he's essentially saying that, well, I have these words, and I have written these words in a certain series. I know for a fact that they have been used as this complete blocks of text by an AI, therefore it is infringed on my copyright. Whereas Meta and Microsoft are no doubt going to go, yeah, but you don't owe the copyright on the word why, or the copyright on the word how. We've just simply taken the meanings.
I mean, but you can't even copyright commonly strung together words like once upon a time or even, certain sentence construction, or even stylistic beats in the way that you introduce word tags and things like that. You can't copyright style. Like that's already been gone through court stuff. You actually can't copyright style. And even if you want to go even larger than that, that's why people can make very similar artworks and products that are similar, but if they're different enough, they're completely protected by copyright. Like you see those, it happened ages ago. I don't know if they still make it, but basically cheap versions of Disney cartoons that were made by other companies that were basically, I remember when The Hunchback of Notre Dame came out, there was this cheap animated version called The Secret of the Hunchback, which is basically a rip, right? But it was different enough that they were completely protected by copyright. But also Hunchback is also, there's public domain, it's an old story and stuff. But you kind of get what I'm saying here, right? Is that if there's just enough changes, even if stylistically there's heaps of similarities, copyright protects that.
And that's where this gets a little bit
I just don't.
Go on, Dad.
I just don't get the argument of you trained it on my stuff, therefore you violated copyright. That doesn't make any sense to me because like if I were to read Mike Huckabee's books and then understand those ideas and then write something of my own where I cite some of the information in his books, no one would say that I'm infringing on his copyright.
Exactly. And even with my novel, stylistically, I was heavily inspired by Brandon Sanderson, Robert Jordan, also Scott Card, because I love their styles. I love how Robert Jordan describes a scene and makes it so immersive. And I love deep, complex magic systems and stuff. And funnily enough, I wrote my book purposefully, gaining inspiration from those writers. And when people read my book, they say, wow, this is like reading a Brandon Sanderson book or Robert Jordan. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I wanted because I love that style. And no one claims that I'm plagiarizing or taking a cheap way out because it took talent to understand that style well enough to then duplicate that style in my own way, in my own story and setting and characters.
What I think is the argument that Mike is making here is that since his work was used as a whole work, kind of like the book analogy that Dev gave, he believes then, I'm presuming, that the book is still in the language model somewhere. Like his book 3 sits there somewhere in the language model and is being drawn upon. It's kind of like...
Okay. Well, that's wrong. It's incorrect. It's not in the model. So with language models, it's really interesting. They basically, by grabbing heaps and heaps of different written works, right? It can analyze how often certain words appear next to other words. And then it can try and analyze context. If a sentence is constructed this way, how likely is it for this word then to appear after this word, all right? And then it records those patterns. It doesn't record the actual word structure or anything. And so that's how language models work. All it does is, after it writes the next word, based on its understanding of pattern recognition, it knows what is the most likely next word to appear after this word. And then it can take the previous kind of sentence structure it did and then say, with all these words, how common or likely is it for this word to appear when you look at all these words? And literally, it takes a word and assigns a number value to it, and then takes another word and assigns a number value, and then by looking at all the previous written works that are put into it, it can actually mathematically calculate this word appeared next to this other word this many times, or this rate, or this likelihood, and then it can take the sentences and say if a sentence or if there's this group of words put together, suddenly the likelihood of this word appearing next becomes less or it becomes more, okay? And it records those mathematical connections. It doesn't record or keep the actual written work itself. The written work isn't even the model. It's thrown out. And then it keeps what it learns. And then that's how the language models actually operate.
Right. When it comes to images, I mean, now that I've used a few of these programs a bunch of times, you kind of have to learn what words the image generator likes, right? So you have to say, okay, well, it has to be in this kind of style, and I want the person to have this hair color and wearing this type of clothing, and from this, the camera has to be in this position, this angle. Like you can just say, generate a hot girl, and it'll give you something. But there's actually an artistry in learning exactly what keywords you should use to get a very specific type of image. So
absolutely. Like AI struggles massively with specificity. If you want a specific pose, a specific hand placement, a specific expression, right? Suddenly that almost becomes near impossible with prompting. You can do it if you really nail it down, and you can get close. But as to exact specificity, you need to use references and additional tools. It basically becomes impossible to get exact specificity unless you do previous training and you work with it. Yeah. So people don't realize that. Yeah.
Because there's a lot around that. Because let me give you an example to kind of back up your point here, Dev. I put one article in the link channel, so let me actually transfer that so the audience can see it too. That might be useful. So this is a they-them, because, it's the current year, who's trying to copyright a piece of art. So if you scroll down a little bit, you will see an example where there is a very loose, drawing, a sketch of a mask with flowers, and then the AI version. This is what has been stripped of copyright after initially being granted copyright. And this is an example of using, like Shan says, a reference, where you go okay, this is my picture, AI, make it good. And this is even then relatively simple, because here you've got a sketch. Whereas if you needed to have something very specific, like a pose, in fact, I believe, if I can find it, Shad, you put up a little challenge on Twitter a little while ago,
did indeed. Yep.
Let me drag that up, where you said that you'd get people, because, AI takes no skill, right? So
no effort at all. Anyone can do it. Yeah, that's the claim.
Yep, so you wanted people to replicate a pose, which I've found here, which is, I'm presuming, is a very specific fencing pose.
Yeah, exaggerated for the rule of cool, but the actual hand grip itself and the placement of the thumb is a complete historical hand grip that results from a reverse edge cut.
Yes, and then people were trying to copy that, and not a lot of people got even remotely close, honestly.
Yes, exactly. Because I know the strengths and limitations of this technology. I use it, and I know the effort it takes to get the specific result you want when you want it to be specific. And so I purposely chose to make this image, which I knew had some of the most difficult elements that you struggle with to get to get these results with AI image generation, just with a prompt. I wanted a complex, specific pose, specific hand placement, and a European cruciform sword that was presented off profile. AI usually defaults for cruciform swords just flat on profile, and so I wanted on a complex angle coming forward, and I purposely put that image together with all those really difficult elements in it, and it took a lot of additional work. It took hours to make that image, and then for everyone who's saying that anyone can make AI art, it just takes a prompt, there's no skill or artistry involved, I said, okay, remake this image with your own original character with just a prompt. If it's so easy, anyone can do it, you should be able to replicate this image. Cake. No one has even come close. Especially with the finer details, like the hand placement and position of the sword.
I quite like this one specific response. The pose, hand placement, and sword position in this image makes no sense. An actual artist would know that. I don't know. Now, correct me if I'm completely off the mark here, Shad, but you're a little bit of a expert on swords and fencing styles, I believe.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a-
But an
I
actual
wouldn't
artist could have told you that
I'm
this
an
was silly.
enthusiast. Yeah,
Service guaranteed
I'm an
citizenship.
enthusiast. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I really,
I'd
really
call you a
love
fucking
this.
expert.
Oh, thank you. But in the guest room chat, Arch, just posting an image for people trying to claim that this hand position is you would have to break your wrist to get it.
Yep. Let me pull that up.
And there it is.
There you go.
So this is kind of coming back to what I was saying earlier. So let's say you're an artist and you're using Photoshop, right? And I'm gonna draw something in Photoshop. So you click on the paint tool and you start drawing away. You're not actually painting there, obviously. But does it mean that you haven't created art? Well, you obviously have. Even though you're using a tool, it has required your input to generate the image. It's the same with AI. I mean, you're not drawing it. You are using keywords and you're being very precise with what you're doing with the keywords. But you still have to know what you're doing. You know, it's a tool you can use. It's not nothing, basically.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, I'm just going back to the image, right? You know, I'm not saying the image I made is perfect, and I think the hand placement is probably a little too exaggerated, and it doesn't match my position exactly, but it's close enough, and I was really happy with it. The point wasn't to make a perfect AI image. The point was to make an image that had elements that
Service
AI
guaranteed
struggle with, that you
citizenship.
need to put in effort and skill to achieve. You need to have a level of artistry to be able to overcome those issues. That was the point of the image, not to be perfect. So yeah, people can criticize everything. I think it looks friggin' awesome, and I love it, and I'd even like to develop this character out. And that point that I've made, I think, has been proven quite categorically, because yeah, no one has even come close to duplicating it. Sorry, Dev. Yeah, to what you were saying, I agree.
Right. Honestly, I don't see a good argument against AI art, aside from it'll
Nothing.
take away jobs from artists, which is going to happen anyway. So whatever. I think a lot of it just just emotional appeals. Like, I don't know.
It is. I sympathize with people losing their jobs, but my position has been: do artists realize that they are in the best position amongst anyone to benefit the most from AI art? And this is my point. This is why I did this image, to prove it, right? People who don't have any ability, and better artists would be able to do an even better job with me, make the hand seem even more natural. And that's my point. Artists can make the best AI art and smash the competition. They are absolutely in the strongest position to benefit and succeed with the introduction of this technology, more so than anyone else. But by shunning it and claiming it like it's the worst thing ever, it's of the devil, and anyone using it is awful people and everything like that, they're
Service
shooting themselves in the
guaranteed
foot.
citizenship.
That's almost guaranteeing that they're going to get the worst impact of this technology on them as a career professional. And so I've been trying to say, no, you could benefit heaps from this.
Well, the ethical argument, right? That one will be the next big one. Right before we get to that, I want to add in a little bit of a curveball here, though, because a lot of the time, people look at this and go like, okay, art. Art is a very diffuse question. So I want to try and pull it back a little bit. In the link channel, I'm going to put an image of a smiling Japanese lady attempting to sell us all tea in a plastic bottle. This is from a advertisement. It's a fully animated advertisement. It's got the character moving, smiling, etc., all of that nonsense in it. And it's an entirely AI-generated ad. The actress's two forms, older her and younger her, are entirely AI-generated. Not a single human being was involved in it. This is the future, in all due likelihood. And this also separates it somewhat from the art thing, right? Because this is just a fucking ad. They just want you to buy their tea. They don't care about the artistic integrity of this. They want you to buy tea. And yet, it is AI.
Yeah. Like, this is the future. Now, like, Is this good or bad?
Heresy's the question.
We'll have to
Fire
wait and
is
see.
the
Like in
answer.
advertisements, I don't really care who's in it, and I actually get annoyed when I see celebrities in them. It's like, what, you think just because they're a celebrity, I'm going to be more inclined to buy your stupid product? Piss off.
Precisely.
Yeah. Like, I actually think AI celebrities will actually start to become a thing. We already kind of see it with
We absolutely are already seeing it. Yeah.
VTubing. And the thing that I actually think will be really awesome, right, is that in the future, I can open up Lord of the Rings and say, wouldn't it be friggin' cool if I was Aragorn? Make me Aragorn in the entire film, and it puts my face on Aragorn, and suddenly I'm in the film being Aragorn in Lord of the Rings. That'd be friggin' awesome! Oh, I couldn't wait. Can't wait for that.
So they did try this about 20 years ago with that Final Fantasy Spirits Within film. The main girl from that, they wanted to market her out as some sort of virtual celebrity. That didn't take off.
Yep.
That didn't
there
take
was
off.
There was a whole thing around that. Now, a couple of points for Spirits Within. One, that technology was not ready, to put it goddamn mildly.
Yep.
And two, this came out at a time when the Japanese market, the Japanese media influence on the West was still in its infancy. If something similar to this had come out today, but a much more... and in fact, I would argue that something like this did come out just this year. Avatar, The Way of Water. And that, of course, became a cultural sensation. They did nothing with it, mind you, but when the first Avatar came out, it was everywhere. Like, it was in my goddamn random-ass Norwegian comic books they were doing Avatar parodies.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like, it was everywhere. And it's remarkable because it's something that was seen and heard of by, like, every single human fucking being on Earth, and yet ended up having next to zero cultural impact. It's remarkable.
And so, like, what's your thoughts about the AI use in avatars going into the future?
I think it's going to be inevitable, simply because it's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper. It's going to be a hell of a lot more flexible in the future as well. And one of the big advantages with AI, particularly for certain companies currently struggling, like Disney, is that unlike Rachel Ziegler, AI can't insult the customers.
Well, I mean, if it was in the hands of Disney, I could see them putting out, the fans are racist for not liking our show, because I think they're the ones prompting a lot of the actors to say, like, holy crap, all what the actors were saying in the lead up to Rings of Power, that was just, I've so scripted from Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, that show was a lot of fun. It was fun watching the train wreck of Rings of Power. I can't wait for season 2.
Because this was one of the big arguments that the Japanese put forward as well. When they do an AI actress, it can't get embroiled in drama. It'll only open its mouth when you tell it to. Whereas we now have a whole thing of actors actively antagonizing the audience. Like Rachel Ziegler going like, oh no, I actually never liked Snow White. And it's going to be about a strong and empowered Snow White, you see. Like,
But, more so, I think that this next element that I'm going to mention is the thing that I think the Hollywood companies will really appreciate, is that their AI actors, it won't come out that they were beating their girlfriend or doing some awful thing several years ago, and then they get cancelled and everyone won't watch the film because the actor is just a trash person. And I know there are some that are still allegations, but others also come out that, holy crap, this is an awful person, like Amber Heard. And you just do not want to watch anything with them in them.
Yep. Meanwhile, the AI is perfect all the time.
In a more general sense, there's a trend in economics where if you have some sort of technological advancement that makes a job easier, if you try to abolish that advancement or forestall it or restrict it somehow just to keep a current sector of the economy alive, you can do it for a little bit, but it tends to ruin your economy in the long run.
Yes.
And it's going to happen with AI art as well. Like if somehow every artist on the planet turned around and convinced the AI people to slow down on the technology and then banded together in some sort of artist guild, there would be somebody else overseas who would do it, and then they'd be ahead in the game.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
this
I
happened
finished.
in the UK with cars, right? Like the reason that the UK doesn't have a a car manufacturing sector the same way that America does in Canada and Japan and Germany and Italy, all these countries, is because back in the day, this is like 150 years ago, and the British still haven't recovered. They decided to put current jobs ahead of new technology, and they still don't make their own cars now. Like it's the kind of thing
Mhm.
that can ruin you for a long time
Well,
if you decide
also,
to. Yeah, go on.
because other countries will push forward with the tech, and then that means they'll be able to produce that product easier, faster, cheaper,
Yep.
and then suddenly the company that was trying to protect jobs will go out of business, and everyone loses their job. And so, well done, you shot yourself in the foot.
Yeah.
And this can
And
happen fast. Like Dev's example, to add a bit of data to that, horses were the only means of transportation, really, and they had been that for thousands
Service
of years. And
guaranteed
then over
citizenship.
30 years, 2 decades, gone. The entire horse and carriage industry, like hoofing industries, breeding industries, gone. Eradicated.
And this is also the main reason why unions tend to fail long term too, because unions are often reactions to a shrinking market. Like you don't really need a union if your business is booming and everyone's making tons of money. But once the business isn't doing so well, workers tend to want unions more often. But because the business is starting to fail, and maybe that industry is starting to fail, unions just continue the demise, because now the same amount of labor costs more because of the union negotiating. And it's basically, once you start to see certain industries unionize in a large scale, that there's going to be a technological shift that basically makes the unions obsolete anyway. And Arch, I mean, you pay attention to journalism, you pay attention to video game development. I know we've both seen those stories of like a great victory for the people. We unionized at Kotaku or wherever the fuck it was, and then they go out of business,
Yep.
and it's like, oh, happens all the time.
Usually, that headline is followed by the union has been fired by the owner of the company.
Yep.
And what you're saying, Dev, in part has already been attempted with AI art. So there's been is it a class action lawsuit? But anyway, lawsuits taken against, is it OpenAI and companies, and they're trying to claim, models trained off of copyright material, breach of copyright. They want, and the purpose of this, is they honestly were trying to slow down and stop the development of this technology. And I've literally heard artists who are involved in this legal kind of thing claim and say that if these AI models were not trained off of the collective works of all the artists in the world, they could never produce images of this quality. They are reliant on our hard work, and we're not getting compensated, and therefore give us money, basically. And their claims are false, right, in terms of the legality. And if you can build a product that is built off of other people's works, you absolutely can, even if it's copyrighted, so long as it's a fair use, and
Here's the
there are
question.
multiple conditions
Fire
for fair
is
use
the
which
answer.
allow this. But the thing is, though, that was their intent, to stop the tech, and they honestly believed that if they could get these models that were trained off of copyrighted works, make them illegal, they felt that they could defeat the emerging tech of specifically AI art. Well, Adobe has just released their AI generating model, which is trained completely off of open source images and images that they have the sole license to, and it is insane. It can do artistic styles, it can do photorealism. It is incredibly powerful and effective, and it completely destroys their claim that you can't get an image generating model built off of open source works that will produce equivalently good art, AI generated artworks. It's like, no, it absolutely can. And they also don't want to acknowledge that there's a lot of artists that are perfectly happy for their art to go into these training models. And there are talented artists that if they want to do it in what is a more publicly acceptable way. In actual fact, it's not a more legal way, because of fair use, you could do this anyway. But if someone wanted to build a model that could specifically replicate someone's style, or like anime, for instance, but even say something more specific, right? And they're like, well, you're not allowed to use that artist's artwork. there's heaps of artists that love AI art that are really talented. Said, well, I can make you like 100 images in that style of that other artist that is saying he doesn't want his artwork in the image training process. I can make you that artwork because I'm allowed to do it. There's nothing preventing an artist copying another artist's style. And there's like, here you go, here are the images. Put that in the image generator in the image training process. Okay, and so they were completely wrong that they thought that they could slow down this technology. But also their premise that it was illegal to even use publicly available images in the training process is false. Okay, on top of that as well. But yeah, the Adobe, I think it's called Firefly image generator. It is a powerful thing and all open source.
Now, I, of course, loathe Adobe with a burning fucking passion.
Me too. Me too. Yep.
But this is the solution. Like, okay, if you're going to entertain the copyright argument, then all you need to do is create an AI based upon your own stuff. A video game did this recently. Galactic Civilizations 4, I believe. They've made a tool in-game that generates random player factions, where you give them a description and then it generates it with an image and a description. And they're using only in-house art that they own, so they have now created a thing that can generate fact infinite art, and they own all of it.
Yep.
So there really is no stopping this. Like legally, there is no stopping this.
Yeah, and look, I think these legal accusations of theft and everything are ultimately going to fail. And this is an important thing that a lot of people don't understand. And it's important to address because they appeal to this argument all the time, that it was illegal. They call it scraping the internet to train an AI off of other artists' work, that the artists aren't getting compensated and things like that. And so this is the black and white facts, okay? If you obtain any copyrighted material legally, okay, as long as you obtain it legally, you are legally entitled to use that copyrighted work in any legal capacity. You're not, there's no such thing saying you can never use copyrighted works, okay? You absolutely can. You can use copyrighted works in many things so long as it falls under fair use. And fair use is a very powerful legal defense. And so some of the specific ones that apply to the training process under fair use is, of course, how transformative the use is. That's a massive one, okay? And the next one, which is a huge one, is the amount, the substantiality, or the portion of the copyrighted material that remains in the resulting product, not the amount that was used in the process. You can use the entirety of the copyrighted work in the process of making something new, so long as only a portion remains in the resulting product. Fair use can be appealed to as a defense easily, and it's done all the time. When I review a film, I am using the entirety of that copyrighted work for my review. I watch the entire thing. It's not a portion. My review is based on the entirety of that copyrighted work. And then I make a review, and if I use only clips from the film in my review, okay, and because it's a review, it's transformative, it's completely a different type of viewing experience from the original, and the fact that I'm using so little from the copyrighted work, I am absolutely legally entitled to post my review with copyrighted clips of that film in that review. And not only can you appeal to fair use defense has been upheld when it's gone to court for same things. And so when people say you cannot, build an AI image generating model that's built off the entire, and all these artworks are used in whole in the training process, doesn't matter if they're used in whole, it matters how much of that copyrighted work exists in the resulting model, in the resulting product. That's the part. You can use the entirety in the process. You're allowed to. That's legally, absolutely, okay? And then when we come to the image generating models, these images do not exist in the resulting models at all. And it's baffling. Like, these image sets, right? They are, over 50, sometimes 400 terabytes in size. They are massive, okay? And somehow they claim all these images exist in the resulting models. If they did, that's a reduction. Like, that is basically every image in the resulting models are only like 4 to 7 gigs in size. That's reducing the size of these images to a couple of bytes of data each. That's a level of compression that would make the USS Enterprise crap itself, okay? Like, we have nowhere near that level of compression technology. That's not, no, the information that it
I have
creates
lost.
from the training process is recognizing patterns, and that's what's the bytes of data it keeps from each of the images in the training process. It doesn't keep the images at all. They're unrecognizable, and as a result, it is so different. Like, to be unrecognizable, just the transformative claim alone upholds a fair use defense massively, combined with the amount, substantiality portion that was used. Then people will they counter this, because I've said this and I've told them, it's like, no, but it doesn't qualify for other fair use defenses. Like, it affects the copyright holders' ability to market their product, make profit from their product and everything like that. And it's like, no, you don't need to satisfy all the conditions of fair use. You need to just satisfy enough of those conditions well enough, and fair use is absolutely withheld. You can absolutely make a new thing that's based off of copyrighted work that affects the marketability of that copyrighted work, okay, and still succeed in fair use defense. And we've seen multiple cases go through the court system where this has been upheld. South Park was sued for copyright infringement. In one of their episodes, they had Butters basically like mimic an online YouTube video song. It was like butt in the butt or something it was called, right? And they basically use the entire lyrics. They don't change the lyrics. It isn't like Weird Al Yankovic is saying the lyrics word for word. And then Butters is even copying the layout and position and the dance moves and the clothing of the YouTube video. They literally duplicate the image, the video in South Park, in the South Park style. And so they barely satisfy for using only a portion of the copyrighted material. They're using a really large chunk of it, nearly the whole thing, okay? But they won the copyright lawsuit because they satisfied the condition for parody so well that it didn't matter that they used so much of the copyrighted material and they didn't qualify for one of the fair use conditions well enough. And so you don't need to qualify for all those conditions under fair use. You just need to satisfy enough of those conditions well enough. And the training process does that. Like, when I look at this, it's like, literally,
I have lost.
the models are unrecognizable. You cannot even find the training images in the resulting models, period. I cannot see how it would not qualify for fair use when you look at it objectively.
So, I have to step out now. We have reached my limit. Listen, my girlfriend's got to get up in like 8 hours, so it's time for me.
Tell her to sleep outside on the porch.
It's time for me to come to bed. But I mean, there's like, I'll TLDR my final minute or so on this. There's like a meta conversation surrounding AI art, and that's just AI in general, right? And you have a lot of people who are very worried about the future. The AI dominated future if the AIs take over, which it sounds like mostly a science fiction story, but there's probably some risk to it given enough time. So some risk to AIs that are not friendly to human life appearing. That could be a problem. And I think there's a lot of emotional weight attached to the AI art conversation, and they're just kind of hitching a ride on that train, like the general AI danger train. And I think what's underneath a lot of it is just people not wanting to lose their jobs. I think that's really what it is at the end.
That's fundamentally
yeah. The fear of the normal transitioning.
Yes, yeah, they're afraid and they lash out. And because they can't address the arguments honestly, engaged with the points I bring up, well, then they resort to belittling, mocking, straw manning, gaslighting, all the regular disingenuous tactics. And look, you can see it on Twitter. Like, people are dogpiling, and it's all disingenuous, vacuous crap that is achieving nothing apart from validating their own fears and emotions.
That's right. You know what, Arch? I'll give you something that you can share real quick before I go.
There's more nude images, Dev, because frankly, I've got enough of those.
Here, I'll post this in the link channel. I don't know if you want to bring it up on screen, but you probably should. So, this is an AI image that I posted.
Let's see. Is it more of...
Can you bring that up?
Yeah,
Heresy is the
this
question.
is not too bad.
Fire is the answer.
So there's that one, and then there's the one above it in the thread. All right.
I've seen those.
Yeah. So I posted those, and then both the George Floyd one and the Nazi Germany one went viral. But I mean, the main insult that was levied towards me was "you're a Nazi." Okay, fine. But the second most
accepts
common
that.
one was "you're using AI art," and I'm like, is that really your
Yes.
complaint?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that really
Yes.
your complaint?
Like, there was a tweet. I think I had to retweet it. Let's see if I can bring it up, because people were saying, like, out of all the things that I thought Shad would be attacked for most, AI art is one of the last.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Like, people have just gone nuts in their hatred for me defending AI art. Like I've murdered their grandmother or something like that. The hate for it is unhinged. But the thing is, though, it is a really loud minority. That's the reality. Most people, they see awesome AI art and they say that's a cool picture. All right, and I think they're getting even more upset with me because I'm breaking that narrative and actually proving, because they're not engaging with me on the merits of my arguments. They're just attacking, straw man, all that bull crap, and it's making them look really bad, and it's there for everyone to see.
Well, all right, guys. I'll see you next time. All right.
Cheers, Dev.
It's good talking to you again, Shad. It's been a while.
Yeah,
do it again.
absolutely, man. Always enjoy it.
All right. See you, Arch.
Good night, Dev. But yeah, right. Okay, so the ethics of it. I guess that's the next natural point, right? So, because the quality is obviously there, in my opinion. Like, I think it's difficult to argue that there isn't quality in AI art.
But people do. This is the the gaslighting is so extreme. Let me share this image with you. I just need to look it up. And
I'll put up an image on the screen in the meantime that I literally generated right now without any other effort to give an idea.
Let me see. Where is it? There it is. Okay. All right. I can. Yeah. I mean, look at that. That looks absolutely awesome. Dang it, my image is too big for Discord to handle. But don't worry, I'll send the link to where I posted on Twitter. That'll be easier.
Yep.
But the cognitive dissonance is actually insane, where they constantly crap on AI art. They say it's all looks like trash, low effort sludge. And yet then, okay, if it's so bad, why are you so afraid of it then? Like, if it's so bad, you would never... yes, I posted the link there for you, Arch. Like, if it's so bad, artists' jobs aren't going to be threatened. No one would want to buy AI art. You have nothing to worry about. And so clearly they are being very disingenuous in...
I don't think it was this one, but I saw another one they posted where she was in a position with her like leg up, I think. And there were entire like essays that I saw there written like, look, the shine on the leg is wrong. And like, why is this bit over here? I'm like, Jesus, you're going deep on this shit.
Yes, I know. And like, to any regular person, they see this image, and I know for myself, I'm like, that is so cool. That is so awesome. And I get such a buzz that I was able to make this with AI art. And like, I feel like, you know, this image did not exist before I was able to make it. I feel like the world has been added to. There's more awesome art in the world. That is great. And I get so excited, and it's brilliant, right? And then so many people are just like, this is complete trash. I hate it. All AI art is crap. And it's like, guys, you do not realize how blind you are making yourself look. Like, you're showing to the world how ignorant and biased you are against this, because the quality is so obviously clear. I'm not saying it's perfect, okay? And I'm not saying a more talented artist could not make an even better image than me with these tools. In actual fact, I'm saying a better artist could do better, and that's why artists could benefit the most out of this technology. But they will still claim it is terrible, it's crap. And it's like, then why are you afraid? And that's the truth. They're afraid because they know it's awesome, and more people are able to make it.
Well, it is A large part of it, again, is the fear. So this happens every time there is a massive revolution that starts threatening a lot of jobs, because nobody knows where the hell we're going to go from here. This is one of the things with the internet, for example, and the advent of people like us who make a living of creating weird noises on the internet. Like, our profession didn't exist, 10 years ago, practically, you know?
Yep. And our profession could become obsolete in a year or whatever. We don't know how long this, thing will last. And when it does, I can't demand and be entitled that, no, I deserve being a YouTuber and I'm going to force other people to, prevent their own opportunities and benefits from using whatever is, stopping me from doing my career. I can't impose that upon them or make a type of forced scarcity to validate and ensure my job as a YouTuber. I just have to be grateful. Well, that was awesome that I was able to ride that train and have such a privileged job and lucky job for the time that I had it available. Now it's gone. I need to adapt and figure out how to survive in the world as it is.
I mean, I can already see the thing that's going to fucking eradicate us. Because what eventually is going to come around is the virtual YouTuber thing. But instead of it being on YouTube, it'll be offered by the companies themselves. Like, HoloLive is going to have a thing where there's an AI virtual YouTuber. And she's going to know you. She's going to be learned on your preferences. She's going to play games alongside you in a dedicated room just for you. You'll basically have your own little companion character. And you'll pay a $5 fee a month for this virtual friend. That's what's going to eradicate us.
Possibly. But you have to adapt and survive. And if it's using AI tools to make more content faster, better,
Yep.
well, I can do that too. I can use AI tools to enhance my own workflow. And I'd actually say I'm in a better position to succeed from using those tools than other people because I know how to make good content. I have previous skill experience that I can apply to these tools to try and beat the competition. And that's been my message to artists as well. You're in the best position to succeed in the new environment because you already have existing skills and talents that enable you to make vastly better AI art than the competition.
Yeah. Like, when this gets more and more powerful and can be used for more and more repetitive things, so you can make it more reliable, etc., once this can be used for editing, video processing, etc., I mean, I can make historical videos from this. I can make lore videos from this. I can make so many things from this. So there will be a very big period of time, probably, where... And that's the beauty of it. Like I mentioned previously, making Lord of the Rings in your basement. Back in the day, the reason why we didn't exist was because we couldn't exist. You made a World War II documentary in 1980 that required 500 people in a fucking studio.
Yes. And just on that note, I saw a documentary recently that was just based on a documentary of what it would be like to send our first expedition to another planet and colonize it, and it would take 100 years to reach there. And this documentary was made with primarily AI art assets in both video and just images. And it was brilliant. It was a great documentary, and it enabled someone to make this awesome documentary that they would not have the means or the budget to have made that without AI. And it's already enabling people to make more content, better content, small creators than ever was before. It's a really empowering thing that's going to grant so much opportunity to so many creative people to make more awesome stuff.
That is the hope, although again the fear is that the companies are going to keep it all to themselves. That's the biggest danger of them all, probably.
But it's open source. It's the Pandora's box has been opened. Even if they try and regulate it, they'll never stop it now.
Well, we'll see. That's what people said about the internet at one point.
Well, I mean, they've tried to stop piracy and they've tried to stop, internet. And I'm not saying I think it still would be a disaster if they tried to regulate it. And I think it's really disingenuous people trying to say, if you see any AI art being used in a product, you boycott it. I'm like, hold up. One of the arguments against AI art is to support artists and ensure artists having a job. And then those same people will turn around and try and get artists cancelled for using this tech. It happened. There was a guy who was working for Wizards of the Coast making art for them, and it came out that he used AI art to clean up some of the side parts. Majority was him, like 80% it was his artwork, and he's super talented, right? But because he used AI art a little bit, they freaking dogpiled him and tried to get him cancelled. And it's like, oh, you guys are in favor of supporting artists, are you? Then you actually try and destroy someone's life, an artist's life, who is just using these tools only in a small way. Bullcrap. You're after just supporting artists. The mask is off. You've proven no, you just hate AI art and you're out to destroy it at all costs, even if it harms artists' lives.
That's also where we get to perhaps the first and the biggest of the ethical questions, right? What is art? And I challenge anyone to fucking define that one for me.
Yeah, to me, I'm almost at a point. Art is whatever the hell you want art to be.
Art is whatever the fuck you want it to be, literally.
Yep. And it doesn't matter if you think AI art is not art, that does not affect my knowledge that it is and my appreciation for it is at all. You can cry into the void, and literally people like, quote tweeting me, AI art is not art. I'm like, what is that achieving? It's just self-validation. They're so insecure in their views. They have to scream it from the mountaintop just to get that satisfaction so they can tell themselves, I'm so right, right? And it's like, but it achieves nothing. It does nothing to address my arguments, contradict me, or change my mind. I know it's art. I get tremendous artistic satisfaction out of it. I love it. I think it's awesome. Heaps of people think it's awesome. Go off and cry. It's not going to bother us. And that's where it ends, basically.
Because this is a very interesting article right here. AI won an art contest, and artists are furious. So this was the piece. I'll blow it up on screen. That won the art contest. And for somebody who's used a bit of AI now, yeah, I can kind of see it, because it's got some very weird geometrical shapes. It doesn't flow quite right here and there. There's touches and pieces. But what's important here is art professionals, judges, people, with little glasses and berets, like, yes, this imparts meaning onto me. They looked at this and went, yeah, art.
Yes. And this is actually an old story. This happened when AI art was still it was a lot more difficult than it even is to use now. Okay. And the guy that worked on this, he spent days on this, and it has like thousands of generations and tweaks and regenerations. It has crazy amounts of human input to get what he wanted, to create his artistic expression. Okay. And you point out something so intriguing, right? And it shows the bias, the cognitive dissonance, right? Is that everyone who hates AI art, right? Any AI art is trash and they won't acknowledge any of the benefits. But if they see an artwork that they don't know is AI art, they actually acknowledge the inherent quality in it. And it's like, oh, this is actually really cool, brilliant. And suddenly that disappears when it's AI art. It's like, hang on, the image didn't change. All those things that you can get out of it, the artistic reaction to it, is still there. It's just your bias that you're imposing on it that's now getting in the way.
Mm-hmm. And so, like I promised, I'll read a chat a little bit more here. One of the things they say is art is implicitly technical. I'm not sure about that, because to bring up another one of the slightly more extreme examples, right? We've got one here. This is United Yellow and Blue. This is a $46.5 million painting. And it looks like it's been applied with a fucking just massive ass roof paintbrush, and it's just like yellow and blue.
46.5 million.
It's like, yeah. Well, I mean, this is art. Like, is this technical? What technical expertise are we supposed to draw from this? I don't fucking get it.
And so you raise it. There's a couple of interesting points that come out from this, and one is, of course, the technical skill that's involved in it, but also the perception of the person. Like, people, so everywhere, do consider this art. They acknowledge it as legitimate art. Now, for me, I can't rob them of that perception. If it's art to them, it is art. I can't change that. Just like people can't change the fact I know AI art is art, okay? I don't like it. I don't think I could say it's not art, because I think one of the most validating things of something is art is if people actually get artistic expression and feeling from it. And so I'd have to acknowledge it's a type of art. I would then say, I would call it bad art. But guess what? This also applies to AI art. I've never said all AI art is phenomenal. I've always compared it to the best. If artists can make the best AI art, there is still a lot of low effort sludge out there, bad quality AI art. That's really low tier. And it's also kind of like the same with photography. I don't necessarily think every picture someone takes with a camera is art, like, pictures of your family when they're on holiday or something like that. Yet I do believe photography is an art form. And of course, what determines it is the amount of artistic intent that you put into it, and the effort and skill that is required to get the results. Even though modern art does really trounce on that effort and skill components, but that is a part of creating something that truly has a lot of artistic appreciation that is perceived by a lot of people. Yeah, effort and skill is a part of it.
This isn't art. This is money laundering.
This is money laundering.
I mean, yes.
Like, do you think that people do get legitimate artistic
Service guarantees
like
citizenship.
reaction from this?
Not for a fucking second. I refuse.
See, I hope that's the case. But I think people do. But I would say it's just those people that want to inject meaning into what I see as really nothing. And just I was like modern art really does come out of the thing that I think there's a lot of untalented people, and I know people are going to try and project this on me. And all right, you can go and look at my drawing and artistic ability and rate for yourself if I have more talent than people who made what's on the screen right now. Okay, judge for yourself, right? Because I do think modern art does come out of the fact that there are a lot of people who don't have technical ability but want the accolades and satisfaction of being considered a really sophisticated artist, right? Yeah. And then they inject like, this is so meaningful, when it's actually shapes of color on a canvas.
There's also the idea that art is something different from the technical as well. That is something more emotional and crazy. So I'm going to bring up another example here of one of the more ridiculous ones, which I will actually defend. The $120,000 banana taped to a wall.
Okay, really? You'll defend this one?
I will defend this one, because this was supposed to be performance art. So you'd tape the banana to the wall, and then you'd bring in a lot of these artsy-partsy tards who have no actual clue what they're looking at, but they're being told it's worth $120,000. And they go, yes, this makes me feel of summer evenings in Bulgaria, or something like that. And then some dude walks by, and he's in on the job, right? He's the part of the artist, and he like peels off the tape, and then he eats the banana, and everyone else looks around and goes like, what the? You can't do that! And that creates outrage.
Did the guy eating the banana, was he the one that put it there?
He's in on the joke. He's a performance artist.
He's in on the joke. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I see, because I've dragged this image specifically because it really looked like people were presenting it as real art,
yes.
But people were perceiving it as real art.
Yes.
That is the reality.
Yes.
People were looking at it like, this is art. It is like, oh, where?
And that's kind of the point. Like, if you fill a room with people and you point to the banana on the wall and go, art, they'll just nod. Like, they won't even... They might go like, that's retarded. But the majority of them are like, yes, I see. Yes, I'm sophisticated.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Did you hear that time when the guy just placed his glasses down in an art gallery and then heaps of people started crowding around?
Start taking pictures.
It's like... No, I absolutely believe that talent, effort, and skill is a component in getting greater appreciation for art, which is why I think hand-drawn art is going to become a premium. And I've never, it depends, because I've seen a lot of crap hand-drawn art that I would actually rate really good AI art better, both artistically and technically. But in terms of equivalent technical quality, hand-drawn is always going to be superior to AI-made because of that human component and effort that's put into it. And there's many instances where I prefer and will want to get human hand-drawn art over AI art, like with the cover art of my novels and the internal art of many graphic novel projects. It's not to say I'm not interested in pursuing AI art, internal art, but I think human hand-drawn comic book art is gorgeous and brilliant, and I love it, and I'm always going to want to see that part of comic book creation. Okay, and so this is not me trying to say AI art replace everything. No, human-made art is always going to have its place. I'm not saying the demand for it is going to lessen. I think it actually will. But the best artists are going to still be able to make a living off of it. The cream will rise to the surface. There will still be a demand for hand-drawn art. And even those people who are not able to make a career out of it, if they're not as talented, they could benefit greatly from AI art, and they will still enjoy drawing and artistic pursuits. The invention of the camera didn't stop people from painting portraits. People like doing art because they enjoy it. AI art isn't going to stop that.
There's also the skill of the artist. So I'll bring up an example on screen here. This is from a very secret project. I'm just giving you a little peek at. This was drawn by one of my concept artists. And the reason why I value him and why I wouldn't want to have this made in AI is because he can think of things that I couldn't think of. Like when I imagine a cityscape, I have I have got a vague fuzzy view. Then I try to explain that to the AI, and the AI is like, derp, derp, derp. But I explain that to the artist. He goes, okay, what about this, or this, and this, and this? And he adds on a dozen different layers on top of this to make a good picture. Like, artists are not going to disappear just because more people are going to have access to the ability to create art.
Heresy's the question.
Yes,
Fire is the
exactly.
answer.
And even as the technology progresses, the human input is always going to make superior art, just because we know what we want. We have intent, we have in our mind. And by the way, like, we don't know if this technology is going to hit a bottleneck. In actual fact, a lot of technologies have. It almost makes it that it might be likely it's going to hit some type of roadblock or bottleneck that's going to mean difficulties and challenges is going to be in place for a good long while yet, and people who know how to overcome those challenges in AI art with artistic ability will be the ones who will be most qualified to make the best art, and they'll get the jobs. And because one of the things it struggles with at the moment, and it probably will struggle with for a while, is geometry, consistent object geometry on different angles. And so when you try and get it to do like a detailed landscape, yeah, it can do like cities and stuff, but if it wants to do something more complex that it doesn't have a lot of references that it's trained on, just the shape of the buildings in the background here, it might be able to do one right, but to duplicate it on different angles and on different perspectives, it struggles with so much, and to the point of just spewing out messes at times. It can, and that's why AI art can do abstract stuff pretty interestingly, but consistent geometry, oh boy, yeah, it struggles with, and I don't know how long it'll struggle with that going into the future. Probably a while. It's hard to predict though.
Absolutely. There's also, of course, the idea, and this is the really floaty one, which I saw mentioned in chat earlier, the human element, that something extra, that the soul, the touch of creativity, etc., and so on, right? And I am, to a degree, sympathetic towards this argument, for the simple reason that there is something about AI art, the shading, the colors, the way it touches up on things, that makes it distinguishable. Now, whether or not that is simply a shortcoming of the technology, or if it is perhaps something inherent, something of the uncanny valley, where you can see a face and be like, I don't know what's wrong with that face, but something is.
Yeah, it exists in some of it, but I've seen some AI, I like going for the realism models, and the realism models do have that kind of limitation where you see this AI sheen. I actually like that. I think it's a new type of artistic style that the AI is common with, that is neither, I think it has an artistic kind of flair to it in and of itself that I appreciate and I like. But I've seen other artists be able to duplicate, get inspiration, or even create new artistic styles that, my gosh, you would not be able to recognize them as AI art, like on the surface. And it's because the intent that if you want to go for something more stylistic, yeah, it can absolutely do that.
There is also the practical argument about the loss of jobs, okay? Because that is a reasonable one.
Yes.
I very quickly lean towards but technology advances. However,
Yes.
that is very cold comfort to the people in question.
It is. You're absolutely right.
It is very easy to say to a farmer, yeah, sure, you have 50 cows, but I could run 500 cows and milk them all automatically, and I don't need you.
Now, it should be said that a lot of the artists that are having that cold comfort, they never try to defend other industries that were getting copped with the same way. The whole learn to code and stuff like that. And so, if the sympathy for this thing exists, it
Service
should
guarantees
exist
citizenship.
fairly and uniformly. But I understand that people are more interested in protecting their own interests, and
It's natural. Right? It's just how
it
humans
is
work.
natural. Yeah.
Because that is an argument that must be taken into consideration on many cases, like farming, for example. Farming employs so and so many people, and so if we eradicate half of their jobs overnight, that's a fucking issue for obvious economic reasons. There could also be a creative fallout here. In fact, we're seeing this in video gaming right now, where previously in video gaming we had a lot of very high quality content, like the 2000s or so, which were created by a fairly small group of talented individuals who had a great passion for it. Then it became popular, and a lot of these individuals diffused themselves across the industry. So one guy started a studio over there, another started a studio over there. And a lot of them also began pulling up the ladders behind them and creating their own little spheres of influence on this, so that new people who came up just aren't as good. And there's a lot more of them because of the creative environment was a certain size, and then it ballooned into the largest entertainment entity on Earth, and now suddenly you've got people who just can't replicate what came before them, and we see a precipitous declining in quality. In this case, we would have somewhat of the opposite, where you would have the cream, as you call it, rising to the top, and they'll survive, and the 99% that make up the bottom rung of this will be wiped out, theoretically, leaving us with only the 1%, which when they eventually pull up the ladders and die out, we're then sitting there like, we used to have pictures.
Well, there's a couple of kind of responses that come to my mind. For the 99% of people that lose their job, okay, they're not going to be replaced by a soulless, mindless AI. They're going to be replaced by artists using AI. That's who's going to get these new jobs. And it is creating a new industry. And the idea that one artist can do the job of 10 is only in kind of like specific instances of concepting and stuff like that. When you want something specific and something really high quality and stuff like that, I'm finding it's taking a lot of effort, almost equivalent amount of effort. Like the amount of people Disney hired to make the AI Secret Invasion intro. They're saying we used the equivalent amount of people to make that intro. I have been exploring what I would need to do to be able to make an AI image-generated graphic novel. That anime-ish looking sword girl was literally that, where, okay, what do you need to do? And to get the specific poses in the panels, I need an artist. I need an artist to sketch out the panels and the individual images. Not only that, it's going to be harder. Even though you don't need to do it to a finished state, you have to do other processes, which increases work in other ways. You need to draw to do it. I'm going to need to draw each individual character separately. Even the ones that are fighting in the same panel, they need to be drawn on layers that you can separate them each, so you can actually put them through the AI separately, so you can lock down the colors and the specificity. Otherwise, it's going to blur them together, and you'll have a mangled mess, and that is going to need to be done separate to the backgrounds. And so if you have one panel that has two characters in a background, you actually need to do 3 separate kind of images to process through the AI. And so that actually might take equivalent work than just drawing it traditionally. And then I'm going to need to hire an AI artist to do that as well, which is going to basically take the job of a colorist, but it's a new job of someone working in a new industry. And then people might say, if it's going to take just as much work, why are you even bothering? Because it's going to look really good, right? And that's why I'm doing it. And I'm still going to be, working traditional artists and making traditional comic books as well. But that's what I would need to do to make a high quality, like the top quality you can do with a graphic novel. And that's equivalent amount of employment than before. And so the idea that it's just going to mean we have less jobs in the marketplace is, I think, incorrect. It's actually going to create not only equivalent amount of jobs because of the difficulties if you know how to work with. I understand it's going to get easier as the technology progresses, but as the technology progresses, that isn't wiping out an industry overnight. That's going to be a gradual evolution and change in the industry, creating new jobs. And while this is happening, it's going to create so much opportunities to indie developers and other people that had not been able to get a career, make a career out of artistic pursuits, to be able to do that. And people think that, because it'll cost less money to produce a film, that's then fewer artists will have jobs. No, say if like Disney had 100 million to make a film and they can use AI assets to only spend 30 million, right? That means they have heaps of other budget to make additional films that other people are going to get jobs and get filled. And so it's not like jobs are going to decrease because output speed is going to increase. No, it means you can increase and make more product. And essentially, there's a possibility of employing even more people. And so there's a lot of doom and gloom about the potential benefits. And I'm like, yeah, there is that. But have you seen the other side? Sorry, the potential pitfalls, I mean. And then have you seen the other side, the potential benefits that this is going to bring? And I actually think the benefits outweigh the negatives.
That is the hopeful view, especially as bearing in mind that as automation picks up speed as well, there are going to be far less manual jobs. That's simply a fact. So we need to have people begin to transition over onto more creative jobs, because personnel services will still be required even if the factories are full. So more people need to start making entertainment, more people need to start making comic books, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm. And the whole thing about automation is that it frees up time to pursue other things.
Yes.
And we don't know what new industries are going to be created with the advancement of technology, even with how AI art gets implemented and adopted into the mainstream market. Like, did we predict that YouTube was ever going to be a career path for millions of people, right? Like, we don't know what the future is going to hold. And look, the fact that farming has been mostly automated to the fact that we don't all need to be farmers growing our own food is freaking great, because that frees us up and gives us time to pursue other things. And if you enjoy art, you're still going to make art. This isn't going to stop you, okay? And so the automation of certain processes, you don't know what careers are going to be created and come out of this in the future. But if we look at the, trend of the past, it usually leads to new industries and greater opportunities.
Yep. There's also the fact, I want to make clear as well, the 99% whose jobs will be wiped out, again, theoretically, right? A certain percentage of those, like the person who made the new April O'Neil, for example, they deserve to lose their jobs.
Like, it is interesting that there are a lot of mid-tier and low-tier artists, right? That because they are willing to draw furry porn, they can get a lot of commissions. And they're basically able to sail and get money off of mid to low-tier talent, and even sometimes really low effort, as well, because there is a type of artificial scarcity in place. Because even though they are low-tier artists, most people are not artists at all in the traditional sense and can't draw, and so they have no other option apart from commissioning. And I'm not saying it's all just for even for like D&D characters, right? If they wanted any type of depiction of their characters, they had to resort to sometimes mid to low tier art to even get something vaguely in semblance of what they want. Now they have the ability to get incredible art, some of the highest quality that they would never have the money to have purchased in the first place, and they can do it themselves, which is an empowering thing. And I think that's awesome, that anyone can make awesome art for themselves now. And the question is, like, are mid-tier and low-tier artists entitled to make a living off of their art? What do you think?
Well, there's one of those big questions, isn't it? Are you entitled to make a living off your passion project? Now, 100 years ago, people would laugh you out of the room for even suggesting that. Like, what do you mean? Go back and milk the cows or you'll starve.
Yes. And I relate it to YouTube. Like, I am very lucky for having a career at YouTube. I'm not entitled to it. I can't demand that the world change to create a setting in which I can benefit of this. And if it changes, if YouTube dies tomorrow, all I can say is, well, I was very lucky to have been able to have that privilege. Now I need to adapt. I need to figure out how to survive in the current environment.
Yeah, because automation will eventually lead us to a point of unironic luxury space communism, where we will be able to produce everything we need automatically. At least that is the goal, right? So we won't have people working on the factories, we won't have people doing the drudgy jobs anymore. That's the eventual goal. If we can reach that, then sure, you might in fact be entitled to live off whatever garbage nonsense you want, because we have the resources to support you as you draw, as you put it, very smut on the internet.
And like, I find it really interesting because it's basically, there's a lot of artists that are saying, no, you should want my art. And I'm like, hang on, why should they want that? Especially like now that that there's not a forced scarcity where they can make better art, right, than what this person is able to make for them, which is empowering. They can do it from themselves, and you're not entitled to someone else's dollar. You can't demand they spend money on you, and especially if you want to take away a tool that enables them to make awesome things for free for as long as they like. It's like, no, that's you trying to take away opportunities and benefits and enjoyment from someone else for your own benefit, so you can profit off of demanding someone want your art. It's like, you don't have a right to do that.
Because at the moment, and for the foreseeable future, we are still going to live in a market where if there is a demand for what you are selling, then you can sell it.
Service guaranteed
If there is
citizenship.
indeed a large demand for fluffy people in compromising positions, you can sell it. If, however, there is no longer a need for that, well, you can't. It is that simple. You don't have a right to money. Like,
yes, and you don't have a right to make whatever you want in demand. That's it. People will want what they want. You can't say you must want my art. It's like, no, I don't have to want that. But that does seem to be, that's why a lot of the backlash against these artists that are attacking AI art, they criticize these artists of being really entitled. And it's like, and I've heard arguments say that like these are people who have been able to live off of a really privileged career for a long time and now are crying about it because they see it under threat. It's like, I think you should be more grateful that you were able to do that for so long, and now you have to adapt to the new world, okay? Because not everyone gets to because there is luck of the draw. Some people are just born with natural ability. There's a lot of people, when I say most people have no artistic ability, can't draw at all. And they might really have loved to have been able to make a career off of drawing awesome art, doing something that they love, but they don't get that privilege. They weren't born with those natural abilities, okay? And so you have to acknowledge that you are lucky to have been able to do this, but now people can depict their their imagination
I have
because they have a tool that enables them to that. And you can't say they're wrong or bad for using that tool to they now have what I'm not saying you didn't have to work to get it, but some artists have more natural ability than others, okay? But you can't say that there's anything wrong for people now that because now this art has been democratized, that they're wrong for using this tool to make awesome stuff because now they can do it like many artists have been able to do it as well. And this doesn't invalidate the time and effort artists put into making their art by hand. I've already said that I think there is something really admirable about handmade art. Any art that takes more time. Sculpting, okay, is a lot harder than, like, sculpting a person in a pose is a lot harder than drawing that person in a pose, okay? And so I can actually admire the talent it took to make that sculpture more than even the hand-drawn stuff, as I can admire the talent and skill required to make hand-drawn art compared to AI art. But at the same time, I value really good AI art better than low-quality crap hand-drawn art.
Yep. Hello, Rosa, in chat, by the way. And Rosa makes a very good point. We can also pull this back a little bit, can't we, and say, okay, isn't this exactly the same conversation we had when digital art was introduced? So the people who were drawing on pen and paper saw Photoshop and went, hold on, you can color that entire background with one click of your mouse. Yep. Isn't that cheating? Yep.
Yep. There are so many processes that give you shortcuts in artistic creation. The counter always is, but it still takes effort, and AI art doesn't take any effort at all. And I've been able to prove that wrong in my videos and tweets and say, no, the best AI art takes a lot of effort. And in actual fact, artists can make the very best AI art more than anyone else. And then they say, but that's going to change. And I'm like, no, because people with the greater imaginations and they have that better ideas are still going to make the best AI art, even if the process becomes easier down the track. The thing is, though, it's not easier now. And if you want to focus on the now and the threats to artists now, okay, and that's going to be in place for at least 5 years in my mind, if not 10 years still, that there's AI is going to have limitations and difficulties, that talented people are going to overcome and work through better, and they'll be able to make the best AI art. That means currently, it still takes effort. And so when they say like digital illustration still takes effort, well, so does AI art. It's just a whole different range of problems that you need to work through to achieve the best results. And so it's actually a very apt comparison, what you bring up.
And it is also a question about both natural skill and learned skill as well. Like, let's say for a second, right, that we've got a system that you can plug into your brain with a little USB, and it prints out whatever you imagine, right? If you gave this to George R.R. Martin, and you gave this to, I don't know, somebody like George Orwell, right? They can create two pieces of works, two like literary works at the same time. They would still have substantive differences. And if you gave this to some completely normal rando who with no writing experience, it's going to be vastly worse, etc. Even if you remove all of the difficulties, you are still going to have somebody who is creative in a certain way, and you have somebody else who's creative in maybe this other way, and you're going to have some people who simply aren't creative at all.
Yeah. And you have people who have much better ideas as to what to depict and what poses to use, and just the outfits to put them in and the setting. And then especially when you expand that to story, people with the best ideas are going to make the best AI products.
Yes. Like, if you give this to the even more stark example, you have one written by George R.R. Martin and one by J.R.R. Tolkien. I can guarantee you one is going to be a lot better than the other.
Yeah, and by the way, I think a lot of George R.R. Martin fans would be perfectly fine if he used AI art to finish the damn series, and if he got the book out 2 years ago.
Have you seen that news?
No, what news?
Have you not seen the news?
No.
Somebody used AI to finish the last book.
And suing them.
And George is suing them, yes.
And so, this is the thing, right? Plagiarism is illegal. And George owns the IP. He has the sole right to make derivative works of that series and world and everything like that. And so, that is actually in breach of copyright. If it's actually like he tried to make an actual sequel. This is the problem about not just fan art but also fanfic. Okay, even just creating derivative works is illegal unless you have the license to do it. So yeah, and look. Someone could have done this without AI. This is not any like a art-proof AI art is evil. Is like no, they're using a tool to plagiarize. That's what they're doing.
And like, again, George is in the right here. The cake that walks is in the right for once, but at the same time, you fat bastard, just write the book.
They got the book series finished. He could do that. Like and he would have the literary ability to correct and guide the story to where it needs to be to make it of the same quality. Okay, like holy crap, post-editing like novels and everything is half the work of writing a book. My gosh. I've talked about like on stream with Adam and Sitch yesterday about me using AI in writing, and I enjoy writing myself. Like people enjoy writing, and so I'm going to still write myself, okay? But I wouldn't begrudge a writer using AI as a tool, okay? Because the best, like to make a really good AI written story, you need to be a good writer to begin with, because there's so much that can go wrong, and there's so much technical skill needed to write well, just to know how to handle beats and attributions and pacing and character development and overall arcs and oversetisms and just the very craft of sentence construction, okay, is really complex. And whatever an AI spits out, if you're not a good writer, you're not going to be able to say, oh, that's a good sentence, and that's a crap sentence, and that's how we can fix it, and that's how I can lift it up, and that's how I can change the tone of a scene. If when I redo this, I can inject suspense into it, or comedy, or levity, or anything like that. And so it's going to take just as much literary ability to make great AI-assisted written works as AI-assisted art. And so, yeah, I wouldn't begrudge someone who uses it if they're able to still make awesome books, because we end up with more awesome books in the world. Great. That's a net positive. Now, going back to your analogy that you're sharing about the comparison to digital art, and these are all the complaints, I think one of the most apt analogies to AI art is actually photography. Because similar outrage, whoa boy, like you can find old news clippings of people saying this will destroy art completely. No one will ever bother to paint a portrait if you can just click a button and capture a scene perfectly like this. All the same fear-mongering and all the same worries that will destroy art and everything. Of course it didn't. People still paint because they love it, right? And photography is really interesting because there is low-level photography and there's really high-quality artistic photography, just like there is with AI art. And people have always tried to say, like in counter to this, that no, photography isn't a good example because you have to know so much about lighting and scene composition and setting things up, and there's so much intent to get the best photography. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly the same with AI art and prompting the best image. It takes intent and knowledge and setting things up in the program, but you're still creating an image essentially with a click of a button. It's actually really comparable. And if photography is art because you can apply so much human intent and technique to get the best results, that applies 100% to AI art. It's such a direct comparison, yet people will invalidate all AI art as not art. It requires no effort, no artistic, input at all. But photography, yes, absolutely, it is an art form. And the person that captured this image with a click of a button, that's their creation, that is their artwork. They own the copyright. And it's like, there is a direct comparison here that people are very reluctant to acknowledge.
Oh, again, it's the creativity of it, right? That's where it all boils down to.
Mm-hmm.
And this
It really
will simply
does.
be another tool to aid that, by and large.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, I understand the vehement distaste for it because it's a human reaction. You are seeing something coming for your job and you don't like it.
Yes.
I feel the same way about VTubers. I hate all of them.
So there's one VTuber I think is pretty base and she's hilarious. It's Pippa Pipkin, I think. She's funny. And I say all power to him. I think funny stuff.
Oh god. All right.
Sorry, is there any other topics we're wanting to move to on the discussion?
I think we've gone through the majority of the AI big topics. Because at the end of the day, we are somewhat in accord as well, so we're not going to have any rolling arguments necessarily.
Well, I had one of those yesterday, but Sam was good. It was on Adam and Sitch yesterday. I have one guy who has been desperate to get my attention because he wants to debate me, and is one of the most bad faith kind of, guys who's entered in the discussion. And you've had discussions with people like this, I'm assuming, before, Arch, where it's just talking to a brick wall and it achieves nothing. And it's like, I love to have really productive debates and discussions, but when it's someone who is so entrenched and so bad faced, like, what a waste of time.
Oh, absolutely. Because I think the only thing we could talk about is the extreme cases of what AI could be. And now we're returning to the deviant idea of AI putting us in pods, etc. And I think it's too far reaching for what we're currently doing because we're not there.
It's hard to predict. And look, I love AI art and I'm a bit of an advocate for it. Okay. But that doesn't mean I have the same support and positivity about AI generally. I think there's some concerns about AI generally going forward that, we should be mindful of and could worry about. But AI art is such a self-contained thing, and it is so divorced and separate to artificial general intelligence. This is an image pattern recognition program that's producing images. It is so different. It's a tool far more comparable to Photoshop than an actual self-aware artificial intelligence. And so that's why AI art is brilliant, and I'm positive about the development and of where that technology is going. But AI artificial general intelligence. Ooh, yeah.
There's a lot of things there. There will be a whole discussion in itself, like companion AI, for example. Now, I love the idea of companion AI in gaming because you could have radiant quests and actual like people.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Yes, wouldn't
Hell
it?
yes.
But at the same time, if you take one step further, there was a recent and particularly ridiculous case where a man in England was talked into trying to kill the Queen by a chatbot.
It's like, oh no, oh dear, and this is the problem, right? Humans anthropomorphize; they
Yes,
project humanity
yes.
I have lost.
onto. They can do it onto inanimate objects,
A
like
fucking
we do it
toaster.
to. Exactly. Yes. Yes. And so when you have something that can actually mimic humanity to even pretty convincing levels, and the fact that we're so willing to project humanity onto things, people have already equated, even where the technology is currently, AI chat models with humanity, and they think they're alive. And we are far from them being self-aware, emotional, general intelligence. But because they can mimic it well enough, yeah, people already have been getting that connection, and it's like, oh, I don't think that's good.
I mean, this is a genuine concern for humanity as a thing because we do this way too goddamn much. A brilliant example that I bring up whenever this is discussed is there's a comic strip with the Mars rover, and the Mars rover is driving around and he's taking pictures and like, wow, I wonder when I can go home and stuff. Like, oh no, I'm stuck. Like, guys, you can come rescue me, guys, and then it's just abandoned. And this is dumb. The Mars rover doesn't want to go home. The Mars rover has no concept of home. But as humans, we look at this and go like, oh no, that poor, dead, unfeeling hunk of metal.
Yes. And so as these things get more convincing,
I have lost. Shit.
people are going to interact with them, and it gets to the point where we can't tell the difference in interaction between an AI and a real person, even if they're actually still far away from being truly self-aware. And the fact that I've looked into how these AI chat models work, and it's basically predictive text, just really advanced, right? There is no true humanity and higher level thinking here. And but people will perceive it. And as it gets convincing, they will not only perceive it as equivalent, they will then start to want it to be treated as equivalent, and we'll have AI rights and all that coming.
Oh god, yeah. Like I am vehemently of the opinion that there is something with humans that makes us different from everybody else, from everything else. I do not believe that a robot can be alive. But we're gonna have it.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think there's going to be many instances where people will, it's acting like it is, but it's absolutely not. And I think that's going to be in place for a good long while. And it's really, and I don't know how you would really be able to prove it. I mean, you could prove the negative that it's not by understanding the technology. Like, again, the chat models, like I said, it's really advanced predictive text. That is not self-aware. Like, if the technology is going to remain like founded on that base, that foundation going forward, yeah, it's not alive.
Yeah.
But I mean, neural networks literally do copy the way the brain works. And so I don't know if they will be able to achieve actual AGI in the future.
We will get to a point, and I don't think we're that far away from this point. I think we're 10 years away, where the AI will be able to present such a convincing facsimile of a human that you will have people insisting that they are human.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to happen as well.
And that is when we're probably going to have to start thinking about regulation again, because there are some people who shouldn't be allowed to be on the
Service
internet,
guaranteed
much
citizenship.
less have contact with an AI.
Yes. Yeah, and regulation is an interesting one because I'm very kind of libertarian and small government and conservative and things like that. But of course, I think most people could acknowledge that certain levels of regulation are needed just for a society to function. Okay, like for instance, I don't think children shouldn't be able to purchase alcohol. That's a pretty obvious, simple baseline, like right there. That's regulation. Okay, and so yes, if there is legitimate, identifiable kind of problems that are objective and substantiated. And like I said, like even if the objections for AI art were legitimate and I looked into it, I would be on their side. It's just I looked into it and I didn't
Fire
agree.
is
I
the
said, no,
answer.
the evidence here doesn't support it. This is a different argument completely when it comes to AGI and where that's actually going to go with chat models and things like that. And based on objective kind of issues that perhaps will arise in the future, regulation seems to be the only way you could really kind of address it, isn't it?
Yes. Like, I've always maintained that regulation is not evil. People that make regulation are evil. That's the simple differential. But yeah, that is well beyond the scope of today's topic.
Yeah. So, and it's one that it's one people continue to talk about. I've had chats on Night's Watch about this. The AI girlfriend thing is a topic in and of itself.
Oh, God, that's gonna be what's fucking gonna eradicate us. It's not gonna be a meteor. That's gonna kill us. Like, seriously.
I mean, there'll be communities of just traditional kind of people, Amish and the like, that rejects the AI waifus that will survive.
Like, unquestionably, like, because when you boil down it, all humans are inherently selfish at some base level, and if there is a woman there that's the perfect woman all the time, she's never mad, she's never angry at you, she never has a period, she's perfect all the time, a human's gonna have a hard time competing.
I think that is absolutely a valid way to look at it. But I think there's a possibility that is there hope, because I think most humans, let's say, are able to understand, even in their subconscious back of mind, a big difference between what is fake and what is real. I think violence is actually a good example. Like, I can watch Kill Bill, which has gross violence, or Monty Python, limbs are flailing off, and the fact that I know it's fake doesn't bother me. But if I see that, like, real world violence happening against an innocent person, I can barely look at it. It affects me physically and emotionally. I can get sick at seeing true violence, especially against like a child or something like that. Oh, the reaction is visceral, right? Mm-hmm. And the reaction is literally coming from the fact that my body, my subconscious, seems to know inherently and deeply the difference between what is fake violence and what is real violence. And I wonder if similar type of subconscious understanding is going to come in regards to relationships, that a person is going to know that even if they're getting a lot of the stimulation and stuff satisfied, that they know that it's fake and that it never is a proper substitute to a proper, true, wholesome relationship with a real person that you love.
I know a lot of people believe in that exact same way. I kind of hope it's true. I hope too. I don't know though. Is the idea that like violence on television is something that we are so ingrained with. You know it's fake on every level. But at the same time, when it comes to relationships, our human ability to anthropomorphize shit, I think, is going to be our undoing.
Yes, that might be the thing. Damn it. We'll have to see. I mean, like, it's hard, and this is where like the more complex, valid discussions about AI come in, and a lot of it doesn't apply to AI art. This is the larger discussion about AI general intelligence, because we're kind of in a position where the potential benefits are too great to not pursue.
They're tremendous. Like it would be
insane.
It would be a second industrial revolution, straight up.
Yes. And if we don't do it, other countries will, and they could absolutely destroy us in not only like other conflicts, but just marketplace and culture and everything. Like
Yep.
I mean, we're in our rock and a hard place where this technology, like even for our own kind of survival, because other countries are going to use it and do it, and like holy crap, like literally, it's in a point where this could be the key to curing cancer, like making an AI that understands medical procedures so well that you could ask it, how do you cure cancer? And it could give us the answer. Like the potential benefits of this are so astronomical that people feel like we have to keep going with it, and it's going to keep going.
Like, the simplest and most persuasive argument, honestly, is not even like the theoretical of it could cure stuff. It's simply the fact that right now America is the world hegemon. Why? Because they produce more fucking movies than anybody else. They're everywhere. Everything is American. If China begins to be like, hey, we can produce 52 Hollywood movies a week that present our point of view. And, oh my god, have you watched Chinese, like, action or propaganda movies in action form?
Only the occasional one that like comes up on Netflix. Wasn't that like the Wandering Earth one? Where
Yes.
So I've watched that one, and yeah, the the Chinese state propaganda and type of obedience to the state and patriotism that is just like overflowing in those films. It's heavy. It's very heavy in it.
It is hilarious. Like, it's a completely different worldview. Like, I watched one about the Korean War, right? And it opens with, and then America invaded Korea. I'm like, hold on. Excuse me? Are you sure about that? It's like, yep. Like, if you dominate culture, you dominate reality. It's as simple as. And if China dominates that reality, well, shit.
Yep. Yeah, and the thing is, though, The Wandering Earth, it was dumb. Dumb film.
It was very stupid on so many levels.
But it was brainlessly fun at the same time, and in many aspects was better than a lot of Hollywood sludge.
Yeah. Like, in case anyone is unaware, The Wandering Earth is the story that China just builds, like, enormous rockets all around the planet, and they just fucking push Earth out of orbit. To safety, and it is brilliant. Oh, it is. It's a show.
Yep.
And again, the different world. The one I was talking about was the Battle of Lake Changjing or something like. So the Chinese beat the American army in a confrontation. They made I think 3 movies out of it because yay, Americans bad. And there's a scene there where they're trying to show the Chinese strength and toughness, and they're sitting in the snow, and it's cold, and they're freezing, and they're eating fucking frozen black rotten potatoes and encouraging each other. Over the hill there, the American eating a 4-course fucking Thanksgiving dinner. I'm like, am I supposed to root for the Chinese? I think I'm on the American side, honestly.
Oh, wow, that's so heavy-handed.
Yeah,
But they're blatant about it, and the thing is, though, it works. So many of the Chinese people are just completely propagandized, and they drunk the Kool-Aid.
Because to
Step
them,
on me harder.
that is the incredible spirit of the Chinese and the decadent West.
Yeah. And here in the West, we have like this whole, you should be sorry for the very way that you were born, and you should feel guilty for your past, and it's terrible, and you should apologize. And oh my gosh, that's just a recipe to create a weak nation.
It very much so is.
Future's going to be interesting, Arch. It's going to be very interesting.
I highly recommend Chinese propaganda movies to everyone. They're fucking hilarious. Just hope they don't become the norm, because then we know we're in a bit of a fix.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that like culture can be influenced by the media we consume, everyone kind of knows this.
It's beyond
inherently.
question.
The left really know this. That's why they are so intent in putting in their standards and principles and messages bleeding all throughout, right? All right, and you know, what is it? Is it politics downstream from culture? We know that. And whatever we're willing to tolerate now becomes the normal in the next generation. We know this, okay? The left knows this. They've been trying to hijack our beloved franchises to propagandize them. And the thing is, though, I'm not saying you shouldn't put messages in film. I'm saying you should put, like, universal truths in messages that truly unite people and build a more positive, better world that doesn't divide, that's not based on activism and divisive ideology and stuff.
Well, then the leftist arrives and goes like, yeah, but my values are better than yours.
Like,
so
oh, how's
it
that working
goes.
out for you? Certainly making mentally stable individuals who know how to accept others and live with people who hold different views. It's definitely making them more tolerant, isn't it?
Oh yes, the redefining of the word bigot from being intolerant to differing opinions to simply being intolerant to the left.
Yes.
Oh, Christ.
my gosh.
All right, having wandered slightly off the topic of artificial intelligence, how are you on time, Shad?
Probably, yeah, we should start wrapping up, so I think we could get to those chats. And
Yep, we should get to the Superchats. And of course, if you gotta leave, you gotta leave. Just let me know.
No worries, mate.
Such is reality. Lord of the Possum gives 5 ArchCast memberships. Thank you very much, Opossums. Deathend has his hashtag breed kibs. That's an inside joke. We're not all deviants. Just some of us. Talon Hayabusa donates $5. 2 of my favorite creators together. Excellent. Now discuss chainswords together this time. Also, favorite Space Marine chapters.
So I'm not so into Warhammer yet that I have that, but I did do a video on the chainsword, and I think it's pretty cool.
I think you got most of it right, actually. Because I remember watching it, I was like, yeah, this is pretty good.
Ah, awesome. I appreciate that.
Because the chainsword is a weapon that only makes sense in universe. You would never make this to fight against a fucking human. It'd be retarded.
It'd be so messy as well. Just like...
Oh yes, and not to mention they've actually. You mentioned one of the issues. This was years ago, but I think one of the issues you mentioned was that blood and guts would clog the machinery.
Yep.
There's actually a little laser incinerator at the bottom of the blade to take care of that.
Oh, really?
Yep, they thought of that.
That is awesome.
But like the issues with it, there's even there are parts that wouldn't work. Like for example, you were able to reverse the direction of the teeth by flicking the teeth around, and I'm looking at it like, no, you're not. No, you're not. There's no way you have a mechanism for that in there. How the fuck would you flip the teeth?
Yeah, what you would want is 2 track chains of teeth going
Yes.
in opposite directions simultaneously. That's what you do.
But when you're fighting an orc, you might need something like this. Death End says late and gay. Only a couple minutes, it's fine. Blood 1917, Hail Archchrist, our Lord and Savior. Hi Dev, hi Shad. Machiculations. I pronounced that wrong.
You did. Machiculations.
Machiculations.
Yeah, that's from best understanding. That does seem to be the correct pronunciation. Because there's been debate on if it was machiculations or machiculation, because it's French.
Because it's French.
It looks like it's a proper hard CH in it.
War Turkify says hi Shad.
Hello.
Cole Summers says, Shad feels like everything I recall about the SCA. The SCA.
Society of Creative Anachronism, I believe.
Ah.
So it's kind of like reenactment. They have a heap of fun, and they also bash each other with swords, so I highly approve.
Who doesn't love that? Antiskull donates 50 Australian dollars. Oh, good. Good. We're getting some of that audience. Finally, a fellow Australian on the podcast. Indeed. Those are rare.
Happy to be here. Yeah, no, we live in a fake upside down land, but we appear now and then.
Yep. I hear most of them are eaten at the age of 12 by kookaburras.
Drop bears. Those are the ones you have to worry about. Friggin' drop bears, man.
The Real Wholesome says, Hi Arch, hi Dev, hi Shad. Shad, your shorts helped remind me about your long-form videos that I need to go watch. Very kind of you to tolerate talking to a communist and a Canadian, no less.
I'm willing to, take it on the chin. It's a sacrifice. Happy to make. But yeah, hey, shorts, they can work. Awesome to hear.
They can. I just wish you two wasn't fucking obsessed with them. Black 1917 says, AI art is actually pretty good. A large chunk of my digital art collection, both SSS English, safe for work and not safe for work, is AI generated.
It's heaps of fun. It's heaps of people having a great time with it. So don't let the haters get you down. It's just become more accepted as time goes on, and keep making awesome art.
Now, there is a part in which AI art is actually going to be a real danger to an industry, because with art, actual art, there's presentation, there's the feel of the piece, it's the setting, it's the mood. There's so much more than just the art itself. Like, art is subjective, just as much, if not more than it is technical. But NSFW, this is going to eradicate the porn sector.
Yeah, it's going to destroy it completely.
Oh, yeah. Because if you've seen one e-thought, well, you've pretty much seen them all. And if you can make an AI e-thought do whatever you want them to do with a couple press of the buttons, well, why are you spending $5 on OnlyFans?
It gives you all the attention you want, and you don't need to pay for the slightest acknowledgement. And I think thoughts are predatory in the extreme, and they really take advantage of desperate, lonely men, oftentimes young men. And so I actually don't have a problem with seeing the thought industry get destroyed. I'm like, well, I think they'd get more value out of an AI girlfriend at this point than these vain, narcissistic cows that barely give any acknowledgement and are, exploiting guys for their hard-earned dollar just to get them to say their name. Holy crap.
Yeah, no, unironically, like, this is an industry that AI art and AI, like, girlfriend, as you put it, is going to just level. I mean, I already see people create Patreons and stuff for creating AI porn. I'm like, why would you even? Then I look at it like, oh, that's why. So you've hammered out a niche fetish. Now you're targeting that market. Okay, well, fair enough.
Oh dear.
It's like, there's some people out there is like, yes, my characters have 6 titties. I'm like, okay, that's confusing, but do you? It's like, you can't see this in reality. Fair enough.
It's just going to be interesting, Arch. It's going to be very interesting.
It is. Gentle Throw says, here is a question for the 3 of you. Well, 2 of you now. What is your favorite type of sword?
Oakshot Type 18C is at the top of the list at the moment. Oh, I love that profile. People probably don't know what Oakshot Type is. It's a type of longsword.
I have lost.
I'm not gonna be able to name the name because I don't have that in my head. But my favorite is one that I own right now, and it is a Napoleonic French cuirassier sword, the saber, the heavy saber.
Yeah, it would be a type of cavalry saber, then it sounds like, and they have specific patents, like and
Yes.
years, like the 18-something, patent cavalry saber, and there are some awesome ones of those. Oh man,
It's got a name and it's got a number and everything, but I can't remember it. But it is a beautiful. It is a long, heavy, straight sword, but it's still categorized as a saber. And I love it because, 1, it's beautiful, and 2, it is by far the most, like, effective feeling weapon sword I've had in quite some time. Like, this thing is designed to do damage. Like, it is long, it is heavy, it is perfectly balanced. Like, I love it.
Yeah, cavalry sabers and sabers in general became such a serious military sword, and the cavalry ones, they didn't need to be nimble, so give them a good, not all of them are heavy, but yeah, some of them, they have just these huge cutting blades, and it's like, that would mess someone up.
Oh yeah, like, you get hit by this, you're gonna be sad. I love it. It is a beautiful weapon. I collect them for artistic purposes.
I do that Also for practical purposes as well. You know, we got drop bears and giant spiders to kill, and emus.
Moxon1134 says, here's a question. How can an artist compete with an AI being fed all their published works to mimic it for free?
Specificity. Artists can get exactly what they want a lot easier. If you have the talent to draw at an equivalent level of what the AI can put out, you can get the specific design what you want so much easier than what AI can currently do and will get going into the future. You need to be good, okay? You need to be able to compete. This is why the best artists will still be able to maintain their jobs going into the future. And so there are still limitations with AI. People think it's just a one-click prompt machine, and people use it that way, but there are severe limitations, and not only being able to depict specifically what you want, artists will have better ideas. They'll be able to envision what they want in better ways, okay? And if the artist really wants to compete, he'll be well served to use that, incorporate it into his workflow. Okay, there are lots of shortcuts that technology can offer. You can get those shortcuts digitally with Photoshop and stuff like that. AI art provides a lot of those. I mean, color work, concepting, textures, backgrounds, different types of line work. I mean, like there are so many things that it can offer that you don't need to abandon all your artistic pursuits, but it can reduce a lot of the monotonous, repetitive tasks to like take away completely, and you can get so faster, so much more efficient by seeing how this technology can benefit you, all right? But those artists that are just going to say, it's of the devil, anyone who uses is an awful person, I'll never use AI, you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yep, and like art style is a big deal as well. Like there are people who have become famous of their art style, no doubt about it. But this also does mean then that the artist will have had the ability to create that art style in the first place. And I'm not going to say something so reductive as to say that they can just create another one, because it's a lot of work, obviously. But there is still going to be a very large degree of creativity, because the AI art, if we assume that it can only ape other people's stuff, well, that means that all it can do is really repeat what has already been created, right? And at that point, you can also level that argument against everybody else. Like, okay, somebody already made, like, Nagatoro. Now I can't make a sassy bully girlfriend ever. Like, no. As the isekai genre has demonstrated, you can make 500 different titles with the same thing.
Yes. You know, like, people claim that AI art can only copy what it's, you know, has it in its training data and everything like that, which contradicts the claim that they say AI art has a particular look that you can identify. Right then is an acknowledgement that AI art in and of itself has its own unique style, okay? And that it is creating new things. And I like that style. It's a style that I think, you know, you can go to get AI art to make for you. And then when it comes to trying to mimic other people's styles, oftentimes it can't do it perfectly. The core artist usually understands that style better than anyone else, and they'll still be able to outcompete anyone trying to copy them. And the reality is you can't copyright and keep to yourself style. Any artist could look at your style and try and copy it by hand. Same with any AI artist. It's like, oh, I really like that. I'd like to make artwork. It's a new artwork. They're not plagiarizing. They're making something completely new. But I love that style, and they're using it as inspiration, and they want to make something that is kind of, you know, reflecting those elements of style in this new piece. And that's a human doing it just with an additional tool.
Why You Hatin' says, hail to Arch, Shad, and the always wrong Dev. Dev is always wrong. It is true.
It seems like that. Yeah.
The Real Horsenet says, Shad, did you explain in detail how AI learns to do art? If so,
Service
which
guaranteed
video was it in?
citizenship.
All right. So I have a video that describes the concept, but not the exact. It's correct in concept to what AI is doing. I actually want to make a more in-depth documentary. It's a bit longer because a lot of people do not understand how it makes art. And I can try and describe it now because I do have a good analogy that helps people kind of visualize it. But it does take, you know, a bit of mental effort to wrap your head around it because it's foreign. It's a strange, odd thing. And I'm happy to do it now, Arch, if you want me to try and explain it.
If that is an entire video, I think it's going to take you a while.
It might take me 5-10 minutes, maybe. We'll see. Maybe 5 minutes. We'll see.
Do link me the video though that you did on already, and I'll put that up on screen.
So yeah, this was mainly describing the concept, the idea, and it's not a direct reflection of how it actually does it. But I will grab the link. Oh, I just did the wrong search. Because this video mainly is addressing the legality side, how it's so transformative that fair use would really apply to it. But I do describe kind of, like I said, the concept. So just grabbing the link now, and I'll post that in the link chat there for you. So
Thank you.
what it does, right? An AI takes the training process. It takes an image and then it diffuses it into static, reducing it to complete
Is it
noise.
theft and a breach of copyright?
And
to
then
use-
it rebuilds the image from that noise. And it pays attention to kind of like the changes in the image. That how do the pixels change as it moves from static to a finished image? And it remembers what it needed to do, those changes in pixels. And so you could equate this, right? Pretend I got a blind man. Okay, so you have a blind man, and I get
lost.
a Lego set in front of him, and I want to teach this blind man how to make this Lego set. And so I move his hands to get it to memorize the movements and the process it needs to do to construct this Lego set with the pieces that are in it. Okay, this is actually a really direct comparison to what the AI is basically doing. It's constructing an image from noise, and it is memorizing the process, the mechanical kind of process that it needs to do to construct that image from noise to that image. So then after it memorizes that process, those movements, we'll go back to the blind man. We don't want this AI to recreate that image. That's not the purpose. And so once it memorizes the movements to recreate that image, we delete that image and the noise pattern completely. And so the Lego set that we just got this blind man to memorize, the movements he needs to reconstruct that, we throw that Lego set out the window, and then we give that blind man a random group of Lego pieces. That blind man then tries to go through the exact same movements to reconstruct that Lego set, but because he's using a different set of pieces, he will always 100% create something new. That's how the AI image generators work, because when you give the AI image generator a random seed of noise, completely different noise pattern to what it was trained on, okay, it tries to reconstruct an image, and it doesn't even have the image in its memory. It doesn't even know. It's like the blind man doesn't know what the Lego set looks like. It only knows the movements, the mechanical kind of process you got it to memorize, right? That's what the AI has. That's what it memorizes in the training process. It doesn't retain any information from the image, only kind of the movements, the patterns to construct an image out of noise. But because you're giving it a random set of noise every time, it's always going to create a random result, a new different result. That's how these image generators, well, stable diffusion in particular, so image generators that work with diffusion patterns. And so it doesn't retain the images it was trained on at all. It's not even there. And in actual fact, you can only get an AI image generator to reconstruct a training image if you did something wrong, if you overtrain it. Like you kind of brute force it, and that's a mistake. When there are too many images, it's called overfitting. When there are too many images in the AI, it's able to reconstruct the image, but terribly. And so if you go into Stable Diffusion, any image generator, and tell it to make the Mona Lisa, it can make an approximate, but it's never a one-to-one copy
Heresy's the
because
question.
it doesn't.
Fire
It's
is the
trying
answer.
to rebuild it, not even off memory of the image. It's trying to rebuild it off of a memory of the movements and processes that it was needed, working blind, to reconstruct the image, which is why it's always so different. And that is still an incorrect function of the technology. When overfitting is found, they get rid of it. It's like, no, we don't want that. We want you to make new art. And so, does that understandable? Like, is that like
More or less. I think I'm
More
following.
or less? Yeah, following.
But yeah, so when you actually understand how it makes these artworks, the claim that it's storing the artworks in the training models, it's completely false. It's not even what it's doing. And it's not even retaining any information from the image itself. It's retaining knowledge on how to build images out of noise patterns. And because most of these images only go through the training set a number of times, right? They're only appearing once, but then it goes through training steps, diffusing into noise and back a couple of processes, right? A couple of steps, right? The patterns it learns in that diffusion process it's impossible to reconstruct that image from the it's impossible for it to reconstruct that image from an image that appeared in the training set once or even a couple of times. It's literally impossible because it's actually trying to work off of the collective kind of joint patterns. And so it's like, all right, we tell the AI this noise pathway you're learning from reconstructing an image of an attractive woman from noise to girl. Well, we're going to give you a whole heap of images of attractive girls, right? And you're going to kind of blend all those patterns together to kind of understand like how to construct it in different ways based on random noise inputs. And there you go. That's how it works.
Simple. All right. Well, there you have your explanation.
I hope that satisfies it. Like it's hard to go. That's why I want to make like a mini documentary, and I'll get the blind man in and show get people to visualize what's actually happening, because a lot of the attacks on AI art and all that stuff come from a fundamental misunderstanding of how the technology works.
Mm-hmm. Phantom Lord 07 says, when the automobile became mainstream, the wagon makers were able to go over the cars. Artists are just afraid we will not need them anymore. Also, Dev believes the Marxian theory of value. He does. He's Dev.
Now, artists can go over and use AI art, and it's not like the jobs aren't going to be destroyed overnight. It's going to be a gradual process.
Yes. Even in the from horses to cars things, even that did take 30 years, which is nothing in historical context, but in a person's life, that's a while.
It is. And so artists are still going to be able to get employment, a good number of them for a good while yet. So, you should prepare for the future, okay? And if you want to ensure your market value in the future based on your art, you need to look at how you can benefit from AI art, and artists are in the best position to benefit from it.
Sky for the Strange says, Shad diversity AI coverage inspired me to make a video putting Lovecraftian monster descriptions through an AI art generator for a video. It had mixed results, but I am satisfied with the uncanny visuals.
Awesome.
Honestly, AI art is going to be great for creating monsters, because a monster is supposed to be uncanny. This is why, like, old school, like, stop animation monsters are they're creepier than the high-fidelity 3D stuff we got today. Because you look at it like, yeah, that's AI, though. Like, no, that's CGI. Black 1917 says, hi, Holzinator. He's communicating with other chat members.
There we go. Okay.
Sentinel Rex, everyone who argues against AI art must also argue that photography is not art, right? I mean, a robot can take a pretty picture just like a human can, therefore photography isn't art, right? Cope.
Again, yeah, I pointed out there's such a direct comparison with photography that a lot of critics are not acknowledging.
Black 1917 also says, hi, opossums. He's trying to communicate with chat. Chat is not communicating with him yet. Scarf of the Strange says, what is a human life worth when it all can be endlessly generated at a press of a button? Consider this before considering AI humans. Again, God, the AI as people discussion could be a 5-hour stream in and of itself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. And like...
Because you're entirely right, because eventually we're going to arrive at the point where everyone's going to have their AI girlfriend, and then we're going to go, yeah, but I'd like a family, though. Like, introducing the artificial womb. It's like, okay, now we're getting far ahead.
So, I'm working on a sci-fi setting for a graphic novel project, and it's tentatively called Tales of All-Star. And how I'm handling AI in that is basically AI, artificial general intelligence, even though you can get the occasional, like even the common good one, ultimately always results in an AGI that wants to wipe out all organic life, and they basically learned through disasters that they like it's too dangerous, and so AGI is basically outlawed. But there's a lot of robots in the world that can interact that seem like their life, but there's a distinct kind of technological understanding and difference that AI built on this, which we can program its behavior and really lock it down, is fine. And there's personal AI and all those things in computers and robots and everything, but true AGI always ends in disaster, and it's basically everyone collectively agrees that it's outlawed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of interesting things that can be explored here. I'm working on a setting of my own too, where basically humanity has gone to the point where almost everything is fake. Like, it's kind of the extreme version of the question: if there was a box and you could go inside the box and everything was inside the box, or you believed everything was inside the box. Inside of the box was the perfect girlfriend, the perfect house, the perfect family, the perfect everything. But all of it is a generation. You are simply just a dude in a pool of green goo. Would you enter the box? And every time I've asked chat that, it's been like 60, 70. Like, no. But a substantial amount of people go, yeah, the book sounds pretty great.
It's funny, like, I mean, apart from everything being perfect, you wouldn't know if you're in a simulation right now if the experience was completely seamless in terms of the physical sensations. You only think physical reality is physical because of your 5 whatever senses, right? And so, yeah, are we in the Matrix? Could we be in? And I think a lot more people would be willing to do that if it was seamless and like no difference to what reality was outside. And if it was better, it's like, I think a lot of people would end up doing that.
Mm-hmm. Fenner, who I believe is the gentleman you discussed with yesterday.
Yeah. How are you, mate?
Don't swindle. Say Shant claims that because the option to challenge ourselves will still be there, which is true, that we will therefore opt in for that challenge. No, not most people. Most people do not play hard mode on video games.
Yeah, look, I wonder, because my counter to Fenner is he thinks that AI art is going to be the predominant contributing factor to lead to this kind of worrying dystopian future. And again, I've seen there's been automation that has made things so much easier for humans on so many other levels where it hasn't led to that. I think if we want to address the worry about technology doing everything for us and making life so easy where we're not challenged at all, there's other things to worry about. And again, for a good while, like I think 5-10 years, there's still heaps of challenges in AI art. And if you're dealing with the now of where we're at, there is no problem in using AI art because it still challenges you and it enables people and you get all these benefits and everything. And so I say, go to town, have fun. It's going to be great. And worry about the main things that will lead to that. And if it gets to a point where AI is actually, we're seeing like that's happening, then I think you could entertain his claim more seriously. But it isn't the case at the moment. And it's based on an assumption that it will be the case in the future. I think people are going to still want to challenge themselves with AI generation. Creativity is going to still be a massive part of it. The best ideas people with the best ideas will be making the best stuff, even when the technology becomes easier. And so, yeah, I can understand his argument. We had a good discussion. I'm just not convinced by his claims.
Like, I can see the rationale he's making, absolutely, because we've seen it in many other aspects of life as well. And there's going to be a point where we need to look at how humans live and question whether or not it's healthy. Like, maybe having the ability to purchase chopped wood was a mistake. Maybe people should chop their own wood for cold climates. Maybe there's an inherent benefit in doing this. There's a lot of questions like that could be asked, and we're probably going to have to, because the old saying, like, strong men create good times create weak men, there is a core of truth to this.
I agree completely. I don't think AI art is the thing that's going to ruin it all, you know? I think there's a lot of conveniences that have improved the quality of life in really positive ways. Yeah, it does make life easier. And I also agree, like, yeah, I think we should be challenged. And I think like more people like to challenge themselves than Fenner maybe is acknowledging. We have, I guess, a very different perspective of people. I'm not saying there aren't lazy people in the world, but and even people who play video games on easy mode, right? There are still elements of challenge in it for them. It's not like they're, you know, going through and letting it autoplay for them. And so a lot of it we'll have to wait and see. And we just have different perspectives. I have a more positive perspective of it, and Fenner has a more negative one. But I understand where it comes from.
Rico 4975 Don Sudol say, does this mean poses will be copyrighted?
Poses, as in striking a pose?
I would presume yes, like a specific pose.
A specific pose. You can't like copyright the concept of what a pose is. If you have an actual artwork of a character in a pose, you can't prevent other people from depicting their own original characters and you scene in that same pose. That's impossible. That's not going to happen. Transformative. All right. And so I don't think so. I don't know where it's coming from, that copywriting poses.
It's probably the question of copyright overall, because the thing with copyright is it was made for a very different era, and it's simply not fit for form. We're going to have to completely rework it. I don't even have the first idea of where we would begin, honestly, because it's going to be a massive thing.
Well, it should be shortened for one. I actually love public domain and people being able to have collective access to past human creative arts. I'm almost at the point where I think like, you know, copyright should only exist for so long after an author's death if the copyrighted work isn't already so old. Like if you've had it for, if the author has had it for like, I don't know, 50 or more years and then he passes away, I'm pretty okay with a lot of my IPs that I've created entering into public domain. But like if I created something towards the end of my life and I have a business that's, you know, needs that IP to be successful, if it's producing graphic novels or whatnot, yeah, the business would need to retain the copyright to be able to get, you know, be able to benefit off the creation of that IP for a bit. But I'm vastly more like, I love the idea of public domain, collective work of artists being able to benefit stuff. And so I think copyright goes too far in a lot of instances. I think fan art is a perfect example. I think people should be allowed to make fan art and stuff. And yeah, and so those are some of the qualms I have with copyright currently.
Because it is going to need a rework, and it's going to be probably quite massive and extensive, and it's going to take into consideration a lot more than we already have, because already copyright has been abused heavily until we arrived at a current day point. Like the usage of older stuff, for example. What did Disney do when they decided to take Snow White, something they had no propertyship over whatsoever, and turn it into an animated movie? Well, they said, this is in a new format, and therefore we can do it and copyright it. And now Disney, of course, is like, you're wearing a yellow dress, prepare for a lawsuit.
Exactly. Like any semblance of similarity to their interpretation of Snow White, they jump on. My worry about copyright law getting fully reworked is that it'll just make it worse. Like corporations will jump on board and they'll want more control over it and everything like that. And I'm like, ugh. So I'm very hesitant about anyone trying to rework the whole system because that's where it's got. So it's always just gotten worse over time. And I like that, even though I dislike a lot about current copyright law, there's enough provision in it to answer the questions about AI art and other things like that. Fair use is solid. I like many of the ways in which fair use is constructed, and it allows for people to use copyrighted work and have that artistic expression and collective use of creativity and stuff. So fair use is pretty good. I'm happy to leave fair use where it's at.
Drucus Luthus says, IP should protect artists and the fruits of their labor, not allow megacorps to gatekeep artistry. I hate libertarians who want to destroy IP. Well, there's one of the interesting thing too, right? Because on the one hand, I do believe that the megacorporation should be allowed to take the artist and go like, hey, we're going to pay you this amount of money, but whatever you produce is ours. Okay, fair enough. They're bankrolling it.
Yep,
the issue becomes when the megacorporations use the IP as a weapon to gatekeep everything. Like, because now that Disney owns Star Wars, nobody's going to be able to do anything in that field for God only knows how many decades. Like, it's Disney's exclusive property and anything like it. Like, you try making a glowy sword today, and the mouse will see you in court.
What if you do a different type of glowy sword?
I'm sure the mouse will understand the difference.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, indeed.
Yeah, the nuance. Because part of me wanting to make Tales of All-Star is to make like something that gives us all the things we loved in classic Star Wars that we've lost, and it is very much in homage to Star Wars. And I have, of course, energy swords. But I mean, 40K has energy swords. They don't get. But I guess another big corporation.
Power swords. It's different.
What about Gundam? Because they basically have lightsabers.
They do. They do.
So I mean, it's Disney now, so Lucasfilm never went after him. So
It's one of those things where too much of our legal system is determined by who has enough money to pursue the thing.
yeah, that sucks.
That is one of the issues too. Like, if Disney sees something that they want to crush, they'll just be like, yeah, we'll lose, but it'll take us 10 years.
Exactly. They'll slap suits. They'll just, got the money that they can bankrupt someone in the legal system, that is such a disgusting thing that I think it's because that just exists. It just shows our legal system in many countries is fundamentally broken.
Yep. Markson1134 says, Shad, can I reserve the right to prevent my art from being used to train AI? Does my consent matter on whether my work is used to train competition?
Nope. Not under fair use. You can't control how other people will use your copyrighted material as long as it is within the bounds of the law. Now, you might think, what about common decency? And okay, if you want to try and appeal to common decency, but that's a separate argument to appealing to legality, okay? And people have a right, and I think even a moral right, okay, to use other works as inspiration to build on and to make new works. It's what humans and artists have been doing for all time. And then for artists to suddenly say, I don't want my work to be used as inspiration for anyone else to make new work. It's like, hang on, how did you develop your style and ability? Okay, you've benefited off of collective works of artists all through time. And if someone wants to do that with a new technological tool, I think that's their right.
Yeah, you could be endlessly reductivist about
Service
this.
guarantee
It's like the
citizenship.
first caveman who saw the other caveman paint something on the wall and go like, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes like you might not like what other people do with your copyrighted material, but if they obtain it legally, they can print it off and wipe their ass with it, okay? They do whatever they want with it as long as it's within the bounds of the law. That's how it works.
Yep.
And I'm not saying I would agree with someone doing that with anyone's art. That would be very disrespectful and things. But you can't try and control other people's actions or freedoms of what they're allowed to do as long as it's legal,
And by all means, the appeal to common decency might even work. Like, even I'm kind of tempted. Like, okay, you want to reserve it against AI? Like, all right, I see
Here's
the argument.
question. Fire is the answer.
But it is also one of those things that our current legal system does not allow for.
Yeah.
And Roman Heinrich become a member. Thank you very much, sir. Black Knight 17 says, Markson, no, it doesn't. Responding to the previous question. In that, because again, the thing is, like, the moment you upload anything to the internet, anyone can use it legally within the realms of the law.
Yeah, you have distributed it globally. Like, people don't understand that. Some people even claim that downloading images is a type of obtaining it illegally. No. That's literally you distributing to them. If you made it public, just to view anything on the internet requires it being downloaded onto your computer. That's unavoidable. That's literally how, you're able to see anything online. And so putting on images online to be seen by the public is worldwide distribution. You have actually given it to them to be seen. Okay. And if you want to control the way people use your art, you then need to control how you distribute it. Okay. And then if you don't want anyone having the possibility of using your image digitally in AI image generation, you do control its distribution. That's your right as a copyright owner. And so you would then need to not distribute it publicly. Okay. But then even if you put it behind a paywall,
people, if they obtain it legally, if they pay for it, they can do whatever they want with it. That's why when you pay to see a movie, okay, you can review it and you can use the entire film in that review, even if it impacts the copyright owner's ability to make a profit of it. You are literally making something new that's based off of a copyrighted work, all right? And so even putting it behind a paywall, that is still a type of worldwide distribution that just now people have to pay for. But once they obtain it legally, they can do whatever they want with it. That's within the bounds of the law.
Drakas Luthus says, Shad, really nice content, by the way. Hopefully you're still good with Oz. Also, thoughts on clients giving AI image to artists for a reference or base?
That's like, yeah, like, so clients giving an AI
Fire is
artist
the
or
question.
image reference.
Fire is the answer.
How is that different to giving like a regular artist? Of course they can do that. AI artists need to be careful. Like if they're going to feed copyrighted works into the AI, like through image to image, all right, that can become
guarantees
plagiarism if you're not
citizenship.
transforming it enough. And you shouldn't just like, copy large parts, like rely on your own creativity, of course, everything. But gaining inspiration, like, oh, I like that pose, I like kind of composition or style. Yeah, absolutely. They can give images for reference material for an AI artist to kind of work from. Yeah.
Lucian, donates $5, say, your therapist is fleshy and disgusting. My therapist is Hatsune Miku. We are the same. More fantasy arch. Embrace your roots.
Is this an AI therapist, waifu?
Maybe. I mean, Hatsune...
Maybe.
See, I remember I saw a while ago, like, the world's first AI idol. I was like, Hatsune Miku's been around for a while. I don't know about this. Nathan Cassidy says, the way I look at it, AI art's on the same level as Autotune. There's going to be the Cheers and the Post Malones. Also, I'd love to see Arch on FNT. Well, FNT, is that something you do?
Friday Night Tights with Nerdrotic in them. Yeah, it's a podcast, live stream. We do weekly. Heaps of fun. Going to be on it tomorrow night. And yeah, I mean, just reach out and see. Like, I love chatting with you. I think it's awesome. FNT's heaps of fun, man. Heaps of fun.
Oh, I'd love to be on at some point, sure.
Awesome.
I don't see why not. Craig Fedinish says, China isn't going to opt in for copyright works.
Yeah, I know. Like, this is the other reality, right? Copyright is a social construct in the law that we are imposing, okay? I take it, or other countries don't need to abide to it and everything like that. And to claim that there is an inherent morality to it is really based on how we've grown up in this current society and things. If you take away kind of, societal norms and everything like that, I think there should be inherent laws and rights regards to property, but regards ideas and things, like that's a different moral discussion in my mind.
Troy Neenan says, yay, Shad, talk about chainswords and power claws.
Well, I've already talked about it a little bit. But they are very cool. I like them.
They are. They're neat. Saul the Lich says, hail the bridge god, praise the... God help me.
Matriculations.
Matriculations, saint. Pet the pet rock. Amen.
Yes, I am known as the patron saint of matriculations, boob armor, wearing weapons on the back, shooting an arrow on the outside of the boat. These are all like my mega hot takes. Now I guess AI
Fire is
art
the
as well.
answer.
You can add to that.
Oh, yeah. Black 1917 says, Markson, easy. At that point, it became plagiarism, which is illegal. The artist can sue, have the work removed, and inform everyone of the plagiarism. So yeah, there is absolutely a level, the divide there, because again, fair use isn't an all-encompassing thing. You do actually have to transform the thing enough for it to be transformative. Putting Mickey Mouse in blue pants isn't gonna
Yes.
fly.
Exactly. Was he referring to the George R.R. Martin one?
No, I think he's referring to Markson, the previous super chatter who talked about opting out of
Okay.
his art to train the AI models.
Yeah, the thing is, the way that the art is used in the training process, it's so transformative that it's not copying, it's not plagiarizing, it's not storing, and so yeah, it doesn't breach copyright in the sense that because it has so many fair use kind of uses and applications. This is not to say you cannot use AI image generators to plagiarize. You absolutely can, and I've denounced that, continue to denounce that, as you can with Photoshop. All right. And just because there are bad actors who are using this technology in bad ways doesn't mean it should be banned or taken away from people who will use it responsibly to make awesome things. Okay. Just because people do things with bad things with guns, I don't think that should take away people's right to own guns, you know?
Mm-hmm. Actually, there's a next one here is an excellent point. Troy Neenan says, just imagine not, with AI's help, Matt Ward can simp for the Ultramarines at 10 times the speed. So, writing AI. Now, this is one of those things, because using writing AI as a tool could be very, very interesting and very, very useful. But there are a lot of greedy piece of shit clickbait websites out there that are right now looking at this and going, hey, we could make it scan the news and simply just paraphrase an article and write 500 pieces a day.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not sure that would improve the quality. Well, actually, it might improve the quality in terms of journalism online. So,
honestly, I think little would change. Like, you already see this, particularly in like gaming journalism, right? Somebody makes a thing, and there's 75 articles with the same title, the same points, just rehashed. Like, they add nothing.
Yeah.
And frankly,
I don't know who goes to those.
Job.
Yeah, like who goes to those websites to get news? I mean,
normies.
There must be some, but oh gosh.
People who aren't gamers, like people who played The Sims, for example, right? Who have like one video game they like, and they have no connection to gaming as a hobby. They go to these sites, and they have no idea what they're reading, you know? Like, they could read the same thing on 15 other sites, but they don't care because that's the only thing they're interested in.
Yeah.
Marksman Fund 17B says, happy to see Shad here a day before Friday Night Tights. Shad, you should kidnap Arch and bring him with you to tomorrow's stream. Arch would love Ryan, the two of them genociding the undeserving, like the Swedes.
Yeah, we could have a heap of fun. So just reach out, see if you could set it up.
The Swedish people do indeed deserve to be eradicated, it's true. Dracus Lucius says, 2 ideas. 1, a new license protecting Arch from use in training. 2, AI generators must store hashes for all resulting images with API lookup.
Okay, that will achieve nothing to prevent the development of AI. Like Adobe has just proved that with the release of their so-called ethical model, okay? And there's another AI company doing it as well. The assumption that these AI models can't still mimic other styles based on how the user wants to prompt and guide it, these new models absolutely can. Adobe has already shown it, and the capabilities of what Adobe's one can do. It can make like detailed vector images where you can go in infinite expansion and go into small like the capacity and power of this new model is actually a bit crazy, right? And it is all based off of public domain licensed stuff. And so if like, for what purpose would artists be wanting to prevent their art going into AI, to prevent their style being copied? I mean, their style could be copied any day with the ethical models. To prevent its development, no, these models are just as effective now. And so, again, Pandora's box has been opened. The technology is out there. This is where it's at. And so all the so-called ethical issues about the training of AI for the purpose of slowing it down and stuff like that, they have now become redundant because of Adobe's model, and the other, even Stable Diffusion in their future models are doing the same thing. And it's not because they couldn't win in the legal battle. I think honestly, it's because they want to just not have the hassle of having to take it through the court system. They have a very strong fair use defense for it, but this is the same way. This is the same reason why the AI music generators are erring on the side of caution to avoid it. Not because they couldn't win fair use with a fair use defense. It's just to avoid the hassle and the fact that they can achieve the same quality without them. So it's like, okay, this is upsetting so many people. We don't need all your artworks. We can train it off public domain and achieve the same thing. And that's exactly what they're showing.
Uh-huh. Now, I do think that maybe in that case, we could may very well do the licensing thing then. It's like, okay, you want to opt out? all right, it's not going to do much, but fair. It would also be a bit weird, though, because you'd have to then make a specific exemption to fair use only in terms of AI, which is like...
No, which I don't like. Again, I think rewriting copyright law will just make things worse. Current fair use is actually perfectly applicable, and I think it applies really applicably to artwork. I think people have a right to try and learn other style and use the pre-existing artwork, even if it's copyright, to make new art as long as it's transformative enough. And artists have acknowledged that because artists do it all the time. It's just that now that a computer program, a tool is enabling everyone to be able to do that, and it's affecting them, okay, because of potential employment, that's when they're having an issue with. I really feel like, pretend if this AI stuff was not threatening their employment at all, there'd be no outcry about it. In fact, that's been proven, because you know whose jobs are going to be decimated by AI? Programmers. The programming field is basically going to be completely destroyed by AI, and not a single friggin' artist that I've seen has said anything in defense of them. Are you right?
Yep. I've got a friend who's working to become a programmer, and I told him, like, dude, your job is not going to exist in a decade. And he's like, no, it will. Like, no.
Yep. And this proves that their moral outrage, okay, is so subjective, because the exact same kind of methodology is used to train these AIs to be computer programs, all right, as it is to train their art, but they're decrying it and having moral outrage about it and saying it's theft and all that stuff because it's affecting them. If it didn't affect them, I think they would actually acknowledge that, well, fair use, working off of previous works, and it's transformative. I think that they would reasonably come to that same conclusion.
Quite likely. Queen Nidus donates $20. Thank you very much. Says, people spend years learning figure drawing, composition, color theory, anatomy, until they develop a style, English. AI art isn't art. It's using someone else's hard work. AI is the equivalent of tracing.
No, it's actually not. It's not the equivalent of tracing. Yeah, it does use other people's hard work for the benefit of other people to put hard work in to get great results. This is one of those dismissive arguments where, like, you can think it's not art, but that doesn't change the reality that it is. And it's, again, one of those self-validating kind of comments where there was no substance to that comment to try and actually address the arguments and points that, we've been talking about. It's mainly to validate that, no, it's not art. And you can think that. That's fine. You're wrong. A lot of people know that, and a lot of people love it and will be enjoying it from art as well.
Black 1917 also responds to that. Queen Nidus, literally everything discussed so far disproves your statement. And I will say this, right, okay? I think it's not a very good argument, but I also think that at the end of the day, this is all very subjective when we talk about art. So I'm also going to defend the person's opinion on this as well. It's like, okay, you don't think it's art?
You can believe it's not art, but it seems like they're trying to force that standard on us. How dare I think it's art? And it's like, what do you mean, how dare I? I'm allowed to believe what the hell I want is art,
Papa Tot says, crap, I'm late. I wanted to see the interesting debate between you guys in this. Also saw the 4+ hour debate had been uploaded to Shad's channel from a different group, so I'll have plenty of content.
Yep, hope you enjoy.
Well, sadly, we haven't been able to provide much of a debate, honestly.
Not much of a debate.
We do agree too much here.
It's really good discussion, though, because we are able to bring up the counterpoints to many kind of concerns and arguments that people put forward. And so it's been really, really productive.
The Bickering Bunch donates $10. A chatfish raid. Take that, Blondie. Thank you very much, Kibbs. That's the Kibbs in the breed Kibbs meme, incidentally.
As in Kibbs, your other co-host that appears sometimes, Kibbs?
Not a co-host anymore. He betrayed me.
Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate.
We are now sworn enemies.
Okay.
Craig Fedinich says, it's technical in the same way speech is technical. I presume this is in reference to the art being technical. Like, that art is only art if it's good art, I guess. But honestly, I kind of agree. Like, I wish we could go back to the art of, like, the Mona Lisa art. Okay. Banana tape to the wall. No. I'd love that. Modern
Yeah.
art is a.
I hate
Honestly.
modern art, but like because art is so subjective, I
Yeah.
can't force my standard of what is art on others.
Yep.
As the previous, commenter can't force their standard that AI art isn't art on me. It's like no, I know it's art. I get tremendous artistic satisfaction out of it, and I love it. You can hate it, but you can't force me to hate it or deny it.
My hypocrisy allows me to point towards modern art and say that's money laundering, and towards AI art and say that's art. That's my stance. I can hold both, contradicting though they may be. The defense says, how long before you release your second book?
Me, still might be a while yet. It's just time getting to it. I'm still working on it. It's still there, and it'll come out eventually. And I love what it's turning into. Like I'm really
I have
enjoying.
lost.
So my next book is a medieval fantasy, but with an emphasis on the medieval, and I'm really loving it.
Nice. Marksman of 117 Beak says, don't forget, after eating the banana, the guy
Heresy's the
wrote
question.
Epstein didn't kill
Fire
himself
is
on the
the
wall, and
answer.
security covered it up. Grade A performance art.
Really, is that true?
I have no idea.
It's one of those things I want to be true,
Yep.
but it could just be a meme. Yeah.
See, I have some sympathy for the idea of performance art, like, because in the banana instance, it was made there basically to freak out a bunch of wannabe art experts. Like, okay, that creates emotion, as V would put it, fair enough. But then you've also got exhibition art where a woman is strapped to a gynecologist table and somebody throws red paint at her and goes like, art.
I know,
sure.
right? Yeah, like I don't think because I have a broad view of art. At one point, I did say anything that causes human emotion, like human reaction, but of course that's too broad, and I need to redefine it because it's obviously more specific.
Anything that
than
causes human reaction. So, what Israel is doing right now to Gaza? Art.
Yes, right, exactly. And so, but getting that emotional response is a core part of art, I feel. And so I think intentionality isn't tied to it, as well as, I mean, I would say positive emotions or introspection and reflection, but some art is made purely to annoy people, like the banana thing. Like, so yeah. So art is whatever you think is art, basically. That's where it's at the moment.
Pretty much. Art is whatever the hell you want it to be at the time.
Yep.
Skyfy the Strange says AI art will replace Thomas Kincaid paintings in greeting cards. Also note that the tape banana looks like a hammer and sickle.
Well, there we go. Science.
Black 1917 says, in the age of the internet, art school is obsolete. You can learn everything they teach for free on YouTube or dedicate art learning sites or both. Honestly,
I love that. I love that information is so
Heresy's the
available.
question.
Free education
Fire
is
is
everywhere.
the answer.
I think the internet has rendered our schooling system obsolete. Like, our schooling system is so goddamn outdated. It teaches you almost nothing you need. Like, you spend hours on Pythagoras' theorem. Like, okay, that'll be useful if you're in a specific branch, but you know what I would love to learn? I don't know, filling out my taxes, creating a company, something like that. It's like, no. We've got to learn where Bulgaria is on the map. Like, okay, if I ever need to invade Bulgaria, that'll be handy, but otherwise.
Yeah.
And art school too, and film school. Like every person I've ever talked to that have been to a creative school have basically told me that
Service
once they were
guarantees
out, they were
citizenship.
told by everything else, yeah, just forget everything you learned there. We don't use that.
Yeah. I mean, I have participated in 4 years worth of creative writing lectures, university level creative
guarantees
writing
citizenship.
lectures, and I didn't have to pay for a single one. Like when I was working on my early books and everything, and I really wanted to learn the craft, it was all available for free online.
Troy Needham says, just think, archaeologists in the future will be hunting for dick pics to put in a museum. Indiana Jones 2050 and the search for Paris Hilton's phone.
Those type of pics already existed, even the medieval period. You go to like,
Oh yeah,
like medieval, like, yeah, they're there. They're there.
there are pictures on like the Roman walls in Vesuvius with little dicks on them. Like, yeah.
Funny. Humans, we have not changed much.
Nope. Ever since Grog the caveman painted a picture of a penis on a wall and laughed. NA says, please check out Capital of Conformity by Ace Avora on great example of AI art. Capital of Conformity. I will.
Interesting. Is that a video or a book?
I have no idea. Google hasn't told me yet.
All right, we'll have to look it up.
Capital of Conformity. Dystopian short film, apparently.
Interesting.
Marksman of 117B says, starving artist is a phrase for a reason. Oh, yeah, it's see, that's the thing, too. Like, the people that make the argument now, like, I should be allowed to live off my art. Let's see in the 1700s how many people was allowed to live off their art. 1800s, 1700s, 15, 16. Like, it was very rare.
Yeah, and it's a privilege to be able to do so, and it should be based on merit and the current environment and demand for it. You can't force people to want your art. You can only try and make it of value based on what is currently here. That's the reality. I mean, there's a lot of traditional artists that put in a lot of time and effort to develop their skills that suddenly their marketability cratered when digital art became a thing. This is what happens.
And that can mean that things will be easier or harder. Like, you might be the first person to figure out a new viral trend. Like, you might be Kizuna Ai. Like, I can be a cute art maker on the internet, and millions of subscribers follows. Or you could be the guy competing with Michelangelo in the statue market.
Yeah.
Scarfy the Strange says, have you seen the video where an AI plays Tomb Raider whilst fully voiced as Lara Croft? I have not, but that does sound intriguing.
I haven't. That sounds interesting.
Oh, God, like, AI content creators, oh boy, now there's going to be a nightmare for people like us eventually.
If it's good and entertaining, I'm happy to enjoy it. And even if it impacts on my ability to be seen and make content and everything, it's like, all right, I just have to try and adapt and make content that people want to watch. Yep. That's all you can do.
I'll make an AI content creator of myself.
Exactly.
See, there's one of the things. On the one hand, competing with somebody who's online 24/7 is going to be a challenge. On the other hand, my first and foremost primary competitor on YouTube isn't other content creator. It's fucking YouTube.
Yes, yeah. And just in addition to this kind of idea, right? Even if, say, my videos become unpopular and stuff like that, or there's a new type of thing, the platform goes away, I probably will still make this type of content, these videos, because I enjoy it. The AI art videos are a perfect example. Like, I'm not making them to cash in or that it makes me more popular or anything like that, okay? They don't get viewed as much as my regular content. I'm making them because I'm passionate about the subject and I like making this type of content. And I'll still do that going into the future, even if it's not my job anymore.
Grizzly says, as much as it might be haram, I've seen furry smut that took more skill to create than most modern art. Yeah, I think that's the majority of furry smut, even, actually. God damn it. As objectionable as I find a significant portion of the furry community, good art is good art, I guess, you know, regardless of the subject matter.
Yeah.
Bad Dragonite says, nitpick for something Arch said earlier. Companies have a legal duty to protect trademark, not copyright. Common mix-up. Fair enough. The Little Horse Edit says, I don't think people who defend the writing quality of Disney and Amazon are in a position to judge the quality of AI art.
Yeah, like, because, look, there's a lot of crap art out there. There's a lot of crap films and stuff. And if AI art is going to enable actually really good quality to come to the forefront again, enable more of it and more people making it, I'm all on board with that.
Yep. And that is something that happens. Like, it allows people to get access to assets that they normally wouldn't do. There was recently a mod release for Empire Total War 2, a very old game at this point, and they use extensively AI art for their loading screens and background and just visual presentations. Like, that's great.
Yeah.
They now can present a far more quality picture of their mod. Like, fantastic.
Isn't that awesome? And, like, animation.
like that the bar for entry into animation has lowered
Heresy's the
so much
question.
because of AI
Fire
art that
is
that's
the
something that's
answer.
going to be within my means in a couple of years. And I never thought I'd be able to make like animated content, like episodic or even feature length, right? Because it's just so beyond my means. Now it is, and that is amazing. And it's gonna get like you saw the Collider anime that they made, the rock scissors paper thing.
Yep.
Like, I understand how they did that. I like with a couple more resources, I could do that. And that is me being able to enter into kind of like an area of content production that I never would have had the money to do. And so I wouldn't have put the money towards that. But now this is going to create a new opportunity for investment, creating more jobs that wouldn't have been there I've been able to do beforehand. Like, there is so much opportunity and benefit from this tech, and it's so exciting. To make new awesome content, stuff that you never would have been able to do or had the means before.
Absolutely. Detend, the bottleneck will be the increased cost of GPUs. It might be. Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's one of the ones that I've kind of identified. We don't know what type of bottlenecks or plateaus this technology will receive, but hardware is potentially one of those. They're already reaching some of the limits of the GPU technology in developing these models. And so people claim that it's progressing fast now, but so was rocketry technology in the 50s. And we thought we were going to be living on the moon in the 90s if that trajectory remained consistent. But no, it hit a massive bottleneck that was very hard to get past, that only recently Elon Musk and SpaceX has been making inroads in overcoming. Rocketry technology stayed pretty much the same for a good long while because of that bottleneck. And so there's no guarantee that this is going to advance to the point where we can just make movies with a prompt and a request. Awesome if we can, but it's actually almost likely we're going to hit roadblocks along the way.
Especially as we're within a decade probably of having a major relationship breakup with China.
Yep.
Troy Neenan says, our goal is being Dark Eldar. Okay. And show Shad Orc art. Give him a stroke. Orc art.
I don't want a stroke. Strokes are bad.
Markson 1134. If AI art training on my art is okay, then it's okay if I put my art into a filter that corrupts its style over time, but humans can't see the filter.
You can do whatever you want
Sure.
with your art, as long as it's within the bounds of the law.
Yeah, I don't see the problem with that. Sky for the Strange says, Archie, I'm mispronouncing my own
Heresy's
name
the
now, Jesus.
question. Fire
Arch,
is the answer.
your Spider-Man video made me wonder if Elsa Gate is now a thing in video games. Imagine if someone made an endless AI Elsa Spider-Man stream. Soon, TM.
We're going to see some great content, but we are going to see a lot of sludge content.
Oh,
Some of it will be funny, though. Some of it will be legitimately funny and brain melting. Yeah.
Again, the reason why this will murder the porn market is infinite adaptability, right? Mm-hmm. One of the things with humans is we tend to grow sick of our fetishes and seek something more extreme.
Unfortunately, yeah.
A few decades of AI, and we are going to see some shit, let me tell you.
Oh, no!
Like, people thought 2 Girls, 1 Cup was bad. Well...
Stop.
Like 1917 says, Markson, yes. Indeed. And gotta go to work. Bye, guys. Bye, Black. Have a good day at work. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron, but, you know.
Yes!
Marksman 117B says, Rosa coming for Arch's job. Lizard girl supremacy. Unironically, God, I wish I was a woman. I ironically do.
I can see the benefits, but I love being a man. Happy I'm a man.
Full machismo there.
That's right.
Ben says, Peepo once sang Keep Your Rifle by Your Side, by the way. Good. That's one of those accidentally based songs which the creator made like, haha, this'll really reveal those damn conservatives. And they're like, yeah, this is fantastic. It's catchy too. Scarf the Strange says, for the love of as a tot, don't let Chris-chan get to AI. Oh boy, Sonichu the Adventures. Sonichu, the feature-length movie.
Blame the artist, the user, not the tool.
All comes on Spartan says, you insult the master of his machine spirit art. I do. I don't think it has one. I think it's plastic and metal. But if somebody put a skirt on it and anthropomorphized it, there's somebody out there who wants to have sex with it. And that's the problem. Scarf the Strange says, we need Blade Runners, book version Blade Runners. We're probably going to get there at some point. That's... I mean, hopefully without the extermination of, animal life, etc., but we will see. Troy Neenan says, Shad, you're Australian, New Zealand. You know full well that our children don't buy a beer, they steal it.
Not my children. But they like alcohol over here. It's a stereotype. That's true.
We had an enormous drinking problem amongst teenagers in Norway for like a solid 10 years or so, where it was just a commonality for kids 12, 13, 14 to go to drinking parties and just get absolutely unholy hammered.
Yep.
This actually more or less wrapped up, essentially because it became cringe, which is an interesting evolution.
Yeah. Yes.
It became so commonplace that nobody
Heresy's the
cared
best
anymore.
one.
It's like,
Fire is the
getting
answer.
drunk was like, it became low class in a way. Like, it was weird. There's still a very large culture of that in Norway, but it's become a lot less common because it's seen as peasanty
I have
behavior.
lost. Shit.
It's just been somewhat replaced by the, taking drugs, but hey, one step back, two step forward or whatever. At least we're not Sweden, where we're currently blowing up into terrorist attacks.
The world has lots of problems at the moment.
Sol on the Lich says, hear me, Swedish woman, you have to invite the feet snake for another ArchCast. I'll throw my fake money at your rosa cheeks until you do.
Okay.
You're threatening me with increased currency and income. Oh no. I'm sure we can bring Rose on again sometime soon too. Scarfy the Strange says, we need AI who killed Captain Alex. We need AI who killed... I don't get the reference.
Me neither.
Lord Comus the Spartan says, it's almost as if China is funding the message of self-loathing in the West to try and weaken us. No.
You
that
know,
couldn't
it is
possibly be.
interesting. It's interesting how the TikTok algorithm works in the West compared to China. Let's
It's
just say
weird,
that.
isn't it? It's mysterious.
Yeah. Makes you think.
In case chat's wondering, by the way, in China, TikTok
have
is very
lost.
wholesome. In the West, not quite as much.
It's a disastrous hellscape of... And I'm on TikTok. At least there's some good content on there. eh?
Like the Chinese state, they're like, no, you can only be on your phone 2 hours a day, and we're gonna face scan you to make sure of this. And then Chinese state to the West via TikTok, hey, be obsessed with your phone. Don't stop scrolling.
Yep.
If your enemy is encouraging something, maybe it's not actually a good thing. Rosa Kotel says, so you don't like Barch, but you do like Uncle Archie. What about Bunkle Starchy? Rosa, I'm larger than you. I can use my platform to destroy you. Know this. Dean Domino 25. The sad part is that AI waifus wouldn't even need to be perfect. They would just need to tear dudes down less. Not having a giant legal framework to destroy men with loads of cultural, social encouragement helps a lot. See, that is the issue as well. Like, genuinely, it wouldn't need to be. If the AI would simply, 2 or 3 times a day go like, hey, you look nice. It's like, oh, thank you. And the man would break down in tears.
It's a very black-pilled kind of view on relationships and marriage, and I understand there are big problems in the modern world, but I'm a big advocate of traditional, wholesome marriage
Service
and the
guarantees
benefits of
citizenship.
having a healthy, productive relationship with someone that you love. yeah, like it's gonna be just like when done right. I'm not saying it can't end in heartache. You need to approach it intentionally,
Service guarantees
maturely,
citizenship.
and not just for hooking up. But when done right, it is the greatest, thing towards finding happiness, fulfillment, and purpose in my mind. Like finding a good woman, woman finding a good man, raising a family. I know it's tough in the modern world, but an AI girlfriend will never be able to replace that. The thing is, though, guys are already checking out and finding kind of substitutes for wholesome relationships anyway. Porn has been doing that for a while. We see it with thoughts. And so AI girlfriends are going to do that as well. And if they're not as exploitative as thoughts, okay.
Yep. Like the simple issue is it's a lot harder these days. It's it used to be the old saying, right? Okay, what's the worst that can happen? She could say no. Now it's no. She could laugh at you, point and laugh at you, whip out her phone, film you and laugh at you, spread it all over the internet, make you an internet sensation, and get you thrown out of the club, or just have you arrested.
Or just accusations against you. And, it's
He looked at me wrong, officer, and in England, that's a crime.
oh my gosh.
Ironically, I am not even kidding. There is a harassment law in England where if a woman perceives that you are harassing her, it's a crime.
Doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me.
Ooh. Rosa Gotel says, actual question for Shad. I'm curious how Jazza, being an artist himself, feels about AI art. I haven't checked him out in a minute. Hope he's doing well.
We've geeked out about it in the past. His opinions might have evolved, so I don't know what they currently are. Haven't spoke to him about it recently. But I think it's awesome. And I even have a video on Shadiversity where we just geek out about it. So you can check that out if you're interested.
Nice. Hippo King MP3 sends a little sticker of a lemon with severe heart problems, I can only assume. They really should let you send messages and stickers. I hate the fans like, no, one or the other. Like, YouTube, come on. Don't be greedy.
Totalitarian.
I know it's
Okay,
hard,
awful.
YouTube, but... Roman Heinrich donates 100 check-ins, something or other, to say, hey Arch, will you try Last Train home game? I absolutely will. It's about the Czech Legion, which is very fascinating, and not exactly a topic covered frequently, shall we say. So I'm definitely playing that. Bad Dragonite says, you can now drink your AI recipe Coca-Cola with your lab-grown chickens while talking to your AI waifus through VR headsets in your living pod. The future.
Yep.
Scarf the Strange says, I think the heart of the matter is that AI art makes artists no longer feel special. They need that sense of attention to feel validated. I mean, kinda. Like, being able to draw has... It's a little bit of a superpower, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, I don't think that they should feel less special, though. To me, the fact that they can if they can make amazing art by hand, there's a lot of people trying that, have a long way to go. But, I mean, any skill you have with these traditional means, you should feel proud of that. I mean, that doesn't invalidate the difficulty it is to make art out of drawing or digital or paint or any of the traditional methods. And I also feel artists who can make the best AI art that put in more effort and time they should feel proud of that as well, as I feel proud of some of the best AI art pieces I've made, and I get great satisfaction out of it, and I love it. It's fun.
Mr. Luckless says AI art would be the most literal example of death of the author, as collection of code has no inherent bias for or against anything. It's perfectly politically neutral. At least until you start adding in prompts.
I mean, it depends on how you look at death of the author. I usually apply death of the author as when the author actually tries to contradict what was written in the story. Like, oh, the character was thinking this, when in this, the previous story that they wrote, it was pretty clear that they were doing something else. So they're saying AI would never try and do that. They'd always be true to the characters. Maybe. You'd think so.
Well,
it's hard to predict.
At least not immediately, for the simple fact that the AI isn't capable of conceiving of a character. So,
yes, yeah.
That'll be really interesting when you manage to have AI be able to consistently write personalities. That'll be very interesting.
It will. That one, I don't know how long it's going to take. I think it'll take longer than it's such a complex kind of thing to understand
Because you're
human
creating a person, and the AI has no concept of what a person is.
Exactly. Like chat models, it's a really advanced type of predictive text algorithm. And so for it to understand deeper kind of concepts to put into a story, in actual fact, depending on what it's trained on, it's like if it's a broad training model, it's going to have so many possible reactions that a person could react to in a given scene to certain stimulus that, like, it'll be really interesting to see if it can remain consistent to a character personality in multiple settings and stuff. Yeah, not there yet, though, I don't think.
Gunny Arlequin says, well, artificial wombs have been successfully tested on lambs. Imagine a la carte babies built by AI with parents not having any actual role besides pushing buttons. That terrifies me as an engineer.
Yeah, see, for me, I find that so dystopian. Like, children need parents, and to have like children just manufactured and raised by the state.
Assigned to parents via lottery or something.
Oh my god! No, I don't know that. I think they would like just have rotating kind of caregivers, and they'd raise them as a group because they're like batches or a crop, right? And then they'd be raised the exact way that the state would want them to believe and behave, and that is just dystopian nightmare fuel. Let alone, I honestly think that type of childhood and upbringing would lead to such severe mental instability and mental disorders and everything. Like, children need parents. And love and affirmation and guidance and attention and stuff to just to be well-balanced adult individuals. And most people, human parents, have trouble getting that right. And when you take that away and just try and make it this artificial process, whoa, that'll lead to horror things.
It'll probably lead to like a caste society, I think. You're going to end up with birthed babies, like birthered people, and raised people, and then you're going to end up with just like others, like the crop babies.
Yeah, gosh.
Like, we're probably actually going to be like, yeah, you're a second-class citizen. Why? Well, we created you in the vat. That's why.
I don't think that's going to become a thing because the doom and gloom about human population, which I actually don't ascribe to. I have 5 children of my own, but the larger narrative is like, too much population. There's not enough kids and everything. Although I wonder if it would be used because there are countries with an aging population and they rely on immigration to try and supplement their workforce and support the aging population. I wonder if that's when a state might be entertain the idea of artificial wombs and stuff and raising their own population. Ugh.
Depends on how the ethical question goes. Because, like, I am of the opinion that an AI, a robot, can never be human. It wouldn't require too much of good old-fashioned psyops or, media attention to convince someone that, oh yeah, but being a human requires being, born by a woman. It's the religious aspect of it, right? So somebody born in a pod, well, they're not human. So what's the difference between a robot?
Oh dear.
A few decades of television and voila.
It's dystopian fuel, man. It's like...
It's like, why are you abusing your workers? Oh, they're pod peoples. Oh, well, in that case, keep on. Why You Hatin' says, Arch, have you seen Warhammer Faria Nexus? It's good. I have not. I am... it's Warhammer Plus, isn't it? I am ignoring Warhammer Plus as hard as I possibly can. It killed all of the good fan animations, and I'm sad by it. Black917 says, I return, and fair should be legally enforceable, and violating it should come with severe financial penalties. I don't know what that's referring to. Fair use? Should be legally enforceable. I'm presuming it, yeah.
Because fair use at the moment is a defense, and anyone can sue anyone for supposed copyright infringement, and if you can't just say, it's fair use, you have no right to sue me. No, they can sue you as much as they want, and then you have to appeal to it in the defense procedure. But the thing is, when those cases are won, it sets precedent, which makes it much more likely for defenses to be upheld and easier to win those court cases later on down the track.
I would actually like to see a system though where if platforms don't uphold it to a certain degree, for example, that could actually be legally liable. Because I've had a
Yeah.
couple of videos that are very obviously fair use, and YouTube is like, no, you can't have that. I'm like, no. And they even like have copyright claims or even strikes on it. And at least now you have options. Back in the day, it was like 30 days, you
Yeah.
couldn't do shit, nothing.
Yeah.
At least now, you have the opportunity to just fucking slam the fist in the table and go like, no, you release it now or I sue your ass. Like, good.
Yeah. Yeah. But you're right. It would be great if YouTube had a bit more validation for that. But then they'll claim that would get abused by people actually infringing copyright.
Oh, no. I'm already being abused, YouTube. Ben says, could be worse. Japan has no fair use. Neither does Norway, really. We have the right to citation, and that's it, which is...
Really
Oh, yeah.
interesting. Wow.
Our right to citation is very limited. Now, luckily, any fair use things on YouTube will be taken up in YouTube's domain, America, but there are a disturbing number of nations on Earth that does not have decent fair use.
Yeah, and that's awful. Like fair use is such a important and useful thing.
Yep. Grits McGrav says, AI applied to law properly could be a solution to some legal bullshit. I've actually fetishized a little bit about this too, because I hate the current judge-based legal system, primarily because of a lot of very activist judges.
Oh yeah, there's some travesties of justice
Oh, yeah.
that get perpetrated because of biased judges.
Oh, yeah. There was the recent ruling against the Trumpolophagus over in New York, where the judge has declared that Mar-a-Lago was worth at most 18 million. I'm like, there are parking lots nearby worth more.
Yeah, like I said, there are a lot of examples of judges just losing the plot, and you're like, oh, these are the people you're supposed to rely on for justice?
Yep. And you can't get rid of them. Like, they're in there for life. It's like, yeah, the current legal system, the issue is, of course, that the AI wouldn't be
Fire is
able,
the
at least not yet, definitely, to take into account, like, the human factor of things, because there are circumstances in which the human factor is either making it worse or better, you know? There's considerations to be made, and
Service
a lot of the
guarantee
legal
shift.
system is, in and of itself, interpretation of laws, etc., etc. So, yeah. I just hate judges. Like a valid criticism, but my hatred remains. Black917 says, Disney does not have the resource to take on Sentai, and they know it. Even the court case wouldn't last that long. Yeah, that's one of the defenses for Gundam. Because like, even Disney isn't doing that good anymore. Like, a lot of people still view Disney as this monolith, but like they lost down near $100 billion over the last like 2 or 3 years.
I know, like they lost so much on Indiana Jones recently, and that was the other one, Little Mermaid. Well, yeah, they have been bleeding money.
Yep. They are not doing that well. All of their income right now is nostalgia. That's what they're earning money on parks and cruises. Like, hey, do you remember this thing? Yeah, that was when Disney was good. Wow.
Yep. Very few new IPs and properties, and the popularity of their parks and cruising things is reliant on the popularity of the IPs, and they've just been destroying it.
Black917 also says, making them pay gives you less of a day, as now they own that item and do with it what they please.
What's that reference to?
I wish Superchats came with a fucking time marker, so I could
Yes.
just be like, look, oh, that was that. Okay. Because now I've lost the train completely.
We apologize.
Marcus James says, Shad and Arch, which is worse, nunchucks or Swedes? Swedes.
Ooh, nunchucks.
Oh, that's where you're wrong.
We can disagree. I can still like you, and you can be wrong.
The Swedish army would use nunchucks as their primary weapon if they were allowed.
Okay, well, then that makes them worse. Sorry, you've converted me. Reasonable argument, opinion changed.
Samuel Eddy says, have to get Arch and crew to play ICBM. Is that the nuclear war simulator? I feel like that would be both fun and catastrophic at the same time.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Trinian says programmers would be hit, but they won't go extinct because you need someone to check that code. Remember, facts of a fax, also you need to tweak it. Yeah, that is true. There will be maintenance personnel, basically, because something will break, and then people will like, right, call the coding guy. He's going to have to troll through the spaghetti. That's it.
Yeah. Yep.
This is something that happens in automation all the time. Like, one of the reasons why cooperative robots became very popular is because the old, heavy mechanical machinery would just suddenly break. And nobody would know why. Like, we were hired to automate one factory line where they were packaging fish. And it did this by pressing down on the lid to fasten it to the box. And sometimes the machine would just start pressing harder and harder until fish was spreading everywhere. And they had no idea why. Nobody could figure out the reason why. They could only literally, they just turned the machine on and off again, and it worked until next time it went fish go fly.
So that's one of the interesting possible futures where if we become so reliant on AI handling maintenance and even AI starts to be the thing to develop new medical technology and just technology in general, it could get to a point where humans don't understand the current technology that they're using and relying on. And if the AI goes away, we couldn't repair or maintain the society at all.
Absolutely. Because already today, we are extraordinarily reliant on technology. Like, if a solar flare wiped out the electrical grid tomorrow, we said dead, sir.
Yeah, like how many people know how to grow their own food, right? And or even heat their homes. Holy crap, provide light and things.
Yep.
Yeah.
So a few decades of AI dependency, it's not going to make it much better.
I mean,
oh boy.
Cars are so many people own cars. How many people actually know how to fix their own cars?
Oh yeah, and especially a modern car with ass loads of electrical tech inside of the end. You open it up, you don't even see an engine anymore. This is a flat surface. Well, shit. How does it run? Magic.
Yeah. Yep.
Podvosky says Shad should come on the show more often. You two have great bands and are basically on the same wavelength. Maybe.
Hey, I'm enjoying myself. I'm sure I'll come back in the future.
Ben Grogan, the tracing argument falls apart at the point realize that any artist has seen other art that helps develop their style. Show me any artist who has never looked at and gone, damn, that looks cool. Yeah?
Yep.
You see, tracing refers very specifically to the act of taking an art piece and drawing over it, right? Mm-hmm. But that isn't really what the AI does. It really, as you kind of explained it figures out the motions required. So okay, you draw your pen over there, right? Fair enough, I'll do that, etc. That is far closer to inspiration than copying, because
and it's not even specific motions, because when you give it a new seed of static, it will never produce the same image. And so it's it's teaching itself the ability to draw with static. That's quite the most apt way you can describe it. And it's more accurate to comparing it to tracing or many other things.
Dracus Lucis says, Shad, my ideas wouldn't slow AI. One, licenses can be updated non-destructively, and two, the hash lookup would be for social media to show an image as AI. I mean, I imagine with the vehement backlash against AI, a lot of people would probably be pro having a thing to be is this AI? And we are probably actually going to need a law at some point identifying artificially generated stuff, for the reasons that somebody out there is going to be, I'm going to make a little video of Obama eating a child. And people are like, holy shit.
All right. So I would only agree with you in the nature of fraud. But in terms of creative, things sold on the market, I don't think, people should be obligated to specify whatnot, because people are so incensed that they think any type of AI integration means it made the whole thing and it's therefore trash. And no, what if they only used it to do a background or a texture or something like that? And then people will use that to boycott and get people, they've already tried to cancel and get people fired from artists. They've tried to get artists fired for using AI. And so it's I think the acceptance will come about eventually, because
that is a concern. Lord Commodus Spartan says, a soldier will always draw a phallus on a wall, then laugh. YouTube keeps censoring the word, lol. That's true. Invading armies have always drawn penises. Mr. Bob was 7370 says, the history of writing is similar to the art stuff happening now, Arch. Would you like to discuss the pros and cons of colonization with Chad today? There are only pros, there are no cons.
Yeah, that's a fun discussion for another time.
Stanky Pasia, Shad, great Mihawk sword review video.
Ah, thank you. That came out on Shadiversity a couple of hours ago. Glad people are enjoying it.
Mark James says, you know the apocalypse is here when AI porn is higher quality than Disney live-action animations. To be fair, not a high bar, honestly.
Yeah, not a high bar.
That was the One Piece sword, was it? Like the big one?
Yes, the one that's used by his Mihawk, and he uses the big kind of Spanish-looking two-handed giant falchion. And so we made a prop and saw how functional it would be. And it's actually a cool sword. I like it.
The One Piece one is one of the like turnabout moments I think people will point to, because that was a live action show made where they actually did go far out of their way to represent the author's actual intent and wishes.
Yes, shocking that that's what the fans want. We've been saying it for friggin' years.
Yep.
And they finally did it, and it's super popular. And I watched it. I love the live action adaptation. I think it's great.
Lord Comes Spartan says, gods, do you lads remember AI Seinfeld? Seinfeld, was that a thing?
What?
AI Seinfeld. No, me neither. AI Seinfeld.
What is it with all these AIs and their things? Sorry, that was my impression of the guy from Seinfeld.
Ben Grogan says, Chat PGT tech will make one type of programmer job immortal. When you have a machine for infinite malware, there needs to be people orchestrating counters. I suppose so, yeah.
Oh dear.
Lord Goes Spartan says, put the skirt on the rover and I'll be first in line. Smug zip. Bad Dragonite, real talk, I experimented with using AI for the background art on one of my songs on YouTube. It took me longer than just doing the art manually.
Yep, there's limitations. It can be really tough to get what you want out of it, which is why people who have the skills and artistic ability can make it easier, faster, and of higher quality. It's just how it is.
Rosa Kotal says, I'm not a feet snake, I'm a snake that has feet. You lie. I've seen you play Dark Souls with your feet. Now that's fetish material.
I have lost.
Beardmaster says, hi Shad, I'm currently creating my own miniature wargame, and AI art gives me a lot of hope for making credible art for it. It will make my game more attractive for future consumers. Good.
Exactly. Good on you, mate. Keep going with it. Best of luck.
We're almost at the end now of a long series. FinCam says, I wonder if social media made people awful or just exposed us to the worst of humanity to the masses. Thank you for a super chat, too.
You know, it might be like it really amplifies the negative voices and the disagreeable people and the vocal minorities. So yeah, because that's the thing. All this dogpile I'm getting on from my AI art takes on Twitter, like it's not impacting Shadiversity, the main channel. People are trying to say you're ruining your credibility and this is a hill you're dying on. You're so stupid for doing this. And it's like, guys, you do not realize the echo chamber you're in. And you honestly, as loud as you are and the dogpiling that you think you have the majority on Twitter, you're actually the minority. Most people are fine with AI art. They think it looks awesome. They're happy to have products with it in it. And your crying isn't achieving anything.
The thing is also, we've studied human psychology quite extensively at this point, and social media does make things worse. The moment you are communicating with somebody through a screen, you instantly dehumanize them. Like, it's a natural human reaction. this is also why like social media should like we literally need to go back to the schooling system and like teach civility again in the online space, because that is the only solution. Because your lizard brain sees the letters on the screen and goes beep boop, that's not a human, be mean to it. Bad Dragonite says, my distant ancestors famously punched Michelangelo in the face and gave him a scar. Should I now metaphorically punch anti-AI artists in the face?
No, don't be violent. But you can absolutely, just stand up for what you're like. Hey, I like it. I don't care if you're going to cry about it. It's not theft. It's not immoral, and it creates great opportunities. Just, don't let other people's outrage and offense control what you do.
Lord Commissar Spartan says, I'll actually counter the idea of pod babies being second-class citizens by pointing to Battletech. Genetically perfect, designed to be the best humanity can be, would sooner lead to them taking lead rather than being oppressed. Possibly.
Well, that depends. It depends if they're bred to be the elite or they're bred to be the working class.
Yep. Tiny brains, big shoulders.
Yep.
Grog, carry this
I have
over there
lost.
for Massa.
Yep.
God, like, it's easy to imagine the future, and it's all terrible.
Well, as I've been saying, future's going to be interesting.
I love what you mentioned earlier, like the rocket fuel stuff, right? Like, back in the day, we were like, God, in the 2000s, we'll be on the moon. And now in 2023, we're like, yeah, we're going to start breeding subhuman Untermensch slave classes. It's like, oh. I see. Where did the positivity go?
At least we're trying to colonize Mars. There's that.
Yep. Yeah, that's something.
So there is a doomer kind of black pill that they're only trying to colonize Mars because they know everyone on Earth is screwed. We're doomed as a species.
Elon Musk cast one glance at Twitter, is like, I must leave.
Yeah.
So Enemy says, have you seen the movie Gattaca? It's about a world where your genes are all that matters, society and life. Gattaca. I have not, no.
I've seen Gattaca. Yeah, it's a classic.
Really? Gattaca. Huh.
I remember heaps of specifics, but yeah, guy wants to go to space, doesn't have the right genes, and is discriminated against, and blah blah blah. Yeah.
See, I can absolutely see that as well, because it's like it's kind of the extreme end of absolute meritocracy, right? Where it's like, okay, the absolute unquestioned best person for the job, like if you don't have the genes to be for this, you're not allowed. If you two breeding will create inferior children, then you can't have it, etc. It's the other end of the dystopia again. That's an interesting idea, though. I might check it out. Mark James says, what law is written doesn't matter who says does. Help me? Sometimes you get super chats where you're just like, syntax, what do you mean? What law is written doesn't matter who says does.
Fire is the answer.
I'm presuming you mean that it isn't technically the legal system that matters, it's who interprets it, which is true. That is a little bit
or is it just might makes whoever says has the power to enforce? I don't know.
I mean, it kind of is like Disney has the financial muscles to crush your ass, so might makes right.
Yeah.
Mr. Luckless says, if automation continues as it is, we'll end up like 2000 AD megacities, where the 83% of the population is out of work due to robots doing all the jobs, and having a second job is illegal. Possibly.
Yeah, I've never said a dystopian future is not possible. I just think there are other things contributing vastly more than AI art. And look, I think AI generally might be one of those things. AI art, people making awesome art, expressing themselves, having greater opportunity and access. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Troy Nin says, we now watch The Terminator and root for the killer robot. John Connor was the true villain. Indeed. Troy Nin says, common art, show him orc weapons and cars. Have you not seen 40k orc weapons?
I think I've seen a couple here and there. Like, I really like the fact that, they basically can warp reality based on perception. And so they'll make a gun, throw bolts in it, and it's like, we believe it works, and it works. I think that's awesome.
That is literally how it works. Like, orc vehicles should not physically be able to run, but they do.
I love that. I think that is such a fun kind of world building idea and concept. And, paint it red, it goes faster. And then it backfires because they perceive, like, enemies being immortal, and then they make them immortal and stuff.
Nilok7 says there was an artist getting dragged on Twitter for using Adobe Firefly for generating a reference and then completely reworking it.
Yep. But they support artists, remember? They want to protect artists' jobs, yet they will attack and try and ruin artists' lives who use AI art.
Yep.
So supportive.
Rosa Cortel says, please don't let Chad's first impression of me be feet gaming. I'm cool and not a fetish streamer, I swear.
Well, you're in luck. I haven't associated your face to the name yet, and so...
Or her
I'll be
feet
introduced...
to the name.
Yes, I'll be introduced more fully later then. You're in luck.
And the final super chat, Trintavoy. Hey Art, out of curiosity, how close do you think we are to Tower AI now? I recall your drone video talking about comparisons back then. Quite a while off yet before we have that, because the Tower AI is very much so almost like pet AI, which we could probably make halfway decent pet AI at this point, but we're a while off making it as effective as they.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Only 5 Streamlabs left, and we are done after a long day of hard work.
It's been an absolute pleasure, mate. I've had a great time.
So yeah, I like to compare myself to the coal miners of old, slaving away.
I know, it's such hard work.
It's tough, what can I say? Black1917 says, unless you're doing something unique with the AI, art after it's created, you're just one drop in the ocean. Its main benefit now is that it allows more art of topics/subjects that other artists don't care as much about for whatever reason. There's truth in that. Like, the ability to create something that other people aren't focusing on has, inherent value. If nobody's making this thing, but there's there's a market for this thing, well...
Yep.
And it also is, again, the fact that it's easier. Like, okay, the furry community is overrepresented in the art sphere, fine, but what about the feet enthusiasts? Well,
I know, and critics try and claim it and attack it as, you're just lazy, and it's like, no, this isn't lazy, it's efficient. And I'm as motivated as I was before, and I can devote my focus and attention and effort into other areas in which I don't have a tool that makes it as efficient. And so it increases my output tremendously so. And so, again, the whole, deflection, that it's just a vain type of attack to try and shame you into not using it. Just being lazy is like, no, that's not going to work, okay? And then they get triggered because I show you how much time and effort requires that goes into making some of the best AI art, and is like, oh, yeah, it does take effort and ability to do it. But it's crap anyway, and you're a terrible person, is their response.
But it's crap anyway. Mm-hmm. Obdurio says, Shad, in your early AI videos, you mentioned that the description had a link to download Stable Diffusion, but I didn't see any. Maybe it was removed. Where do you download Diffusion with the UI?
Okay, there are heaps of more up-to-date tutorials. Literally, all you need to do is install Stable Diffusion in YouTube, and you'll get heaps of more up-to-date tutorials. A lot of it is from GitHub, where you can get it. You'll need to install Python and another tangential program. But yeah, you can get it running locally on a computer without that much difficulty, and it's for free. I can't believe that you can get this, the most advanced artistic tool humanity has ever made, and you can get it for free. It's right there available. It's unbelievable.
It is. Black917 says, AI is already its own art style. Those with talent will still get their commissions. The hype around it right now is simply because it's new. It's going to die down. Those who are using it to be lazy won't last or get much attention soon.
But yeah, there's low effort AI art, but then there is high effort AI art that looks really good. Okay, that's how it is.
Lack 1917. I don't know if that's black, but it's just this lack now. Those who fear AI art writing are the ones who only had their job audience due to lack of competition and or their political affiliation, particularly in the case of writers.
There's a lot of bad writers out there.
There are a lot of bad writers out there.
Yep.
And Obdulio again, there is a movie about test tube babies. The naturally born children were referred to as child of God and were considered inferior to the perfect lab-grown child made to parents handing down the child in life.
Service
I forgot the
guarantees
name,
citizenship.
unfortunately. I
Yeah, it
don't know
depends what
either.
they'll be bred for. Yeah.
Jafar Blade. Don't let Rosa fool you, Shad. She dips Cinnabuns in marinara sauce. She is a savage. That does sound rather savage.
I don't rely on spurious rumors of other people to form opinions of them. I need to have first-hand experience of seeing them talk in real life to let me form my opinions.
We can put Rosa's channel on stream as well. Rosa is friend of channel, so do check out Rosa if you're interested. And this, by the way, is the thumbnail of her bare feet, because
I have
she
lost.
is indeed a degenerate.
Oh, that could be considered a bit more compelling evidence.
It could. It's common courtesy to bully Snake Hill, says Marksman of 117B. It is. And Lord Comes a Spartan, I shall say raid Peeper. She's live right now, lol. I don't know if she allows raid, because you've got to allow it on the back end for that. I'll have to check who's live once we are finally done. Cyber Anime Alien, Tau AI is at person-level intelligence. Stones are not the limit. They have AI based on the brains of Puretide and Onvey. Not true AI, though, because if it was, it'd try to eradicate the Tau at this point. 40K also has the thing where AI will determine within like 5 milliseconds that humanity is going to need to die for it to live.
Yeah. That could very well be the ultimate outcome of AGI. We got to be careful with this stuff.
Yep. It's like, well, you appear to be inferior to me in every way. I think it's time you die.
Yep.
And very, very last one, I believe. Yes, Neelox7. I recommend automatic 1111 web UI for stable diffusion. It sets itself up now.
Yep, that's
Service
what I
guarantee
use.
citizenship.
So Stable Diffusion is basically the core code, and there's a couple of different interfaces that install it and enable to use it. Automatic Level 11 has the most kind of tools. It's a little bit of a steeper learning curve. Another interface is Invoke AI, which is a bit more user-friendly, but 1111, yeah, a lot of tools and a lot of capability, and that's what I use.
Very cool. Right then. We're all done. So, thank you very much, Shad, for coming on. There will be a link to Shad's channel, of course, down in the description below. Definitely check him out.
It has been heaps of fun, Arch. Like, genuinely, loved it.
Yep, no, this has been a tremendous fun. Thank you very much for going on.
My pleasure.
And thank you all for watching and for your very generous donations, of course. And we'll see you again, not next week this time, because I'm going on vacation next week, so the channel will be dead. Hopefully I'll be back and YouTube won't have completely yeeted me off the internet, we'll hope.
It'll be fine. I have faith.
Faith. A powerful tool, especially in the face of YouTube.
Yes.
Have a good night then, everyone.
All right, everyone. See yous.